I still remember that morning with a clarity that borders on a curse. It was late September, the kind of crisp, clear day where the air itself feels scrubbed clean. I was 42 then, not old by any stretch, but I'd put in my time. Years as a park ranger, a lifetime spent wandering the wild places of the Pacific Northwest. I knew those woods, especially the trails around the old Cascade Ridge Fire Lookout, better than I knew some members of my own family. They were my sanctuary, my office, my escape. I had a routine meticulous as an old Swiss clock. Wake before dawn, a quick breakfast, check my gear, pack, water, first aid, satellite communicator, my trusty GPS unit, then hit the trail as the first rays of sun began to paint the peaks. This particular loop, the Whispering Pines Circuit, was a favorite. It was a solid 8-mile trek, a good 3-hour hike if I kept a decent pace, more if I stopped to appreciate the ancient cedars or the deer that often grazed in the dew-kissed clearings. I'd hiked it hundreds of times in every season, in every mood. It was predictable, reliable, a constant in a world that often felt anything but. That day, though, I made a small mistake, one born of overconfidence and a restless night. My wife, Sarah, was visiting her sister out of state, leaving me to my own devices. Instead of my usual 6 a.m. start, I lingered. Maybe I missed her more than I let on, or maybe I was just feeling lazy. Whatever the reason, I didn't hit the trailhead until almost 7:30 a.m. It wasn't a huge delay, not really. The path was well marked, the weather perfect, and I knew every root and stone. But looking back, that slight deviation from my established rhythm felt like the first loose thread in a tapestry that was about to unravel. Going alone was normal for me, but combined with the later start, it added a subtle hum of vulnerability I usually avoided. The air was still cool, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. A thin mist clung to the valley floor, promising to burn off soon. I started my timer on my watch, a habit to track my pace, and checked my GPS, noting the starting coordinates. Everything was standard. The trail began its gentle ascent, winding through old-growth forest, the light filtering through the canopy in ethereal shafts. It was quiet, too quiet perhaps, even for those woods. Normally there'd be a symphony of waking birds, chickadees, jays, the drumming of a woodpecker. But that morning, it was just the soft crunch of my boots on the pine needles, my own breathing, and the distant, almost imperceptible sigh of the wind through the highest branches. I walked for what felt like 45 minutes, maybe an hour. I was deep into the familiar rhythm of my stride, my thoughts drifting. The trail narrowed, then opened into a small clearing I knew well, a place where a stream usually bubbled over smooth stones. I always paused there, took a sip of water, and admired the view. But as I approached, something felt off. The clearing was there, yes, but the stream was different. Not dry, not overflowing, but simply quieter. The usually clear trickle over the rocks was almost silent, as if muffled. And the rocks themselves, the ones I knew had a particular mossy sheen, looked oddly clean, almost scoured. It was a minor detail, easily dismissed. Maybe a recent heavy rain had washed them, or the water level was just unusually low. I shrugged it off, took a quick sip, and continued. It was only a small thing, but it was the first skip in the familiar beat of the forest, the first spark of something that didn't quite belong. The Whispering Pines Circuit was a symphony of small, constant sounds, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the distant caw of a raven, the drip of condensation from a giant fir. Now it was muted. The absence wasn't absolute, but it was noticeable, like a conductor had suddenly dropped the volume on the orchestra. I pressed on, my internal clock ticking, urging me to regain my lost time, but a new, quiet alarm was beginning to sound in my mind. About another mile in, the trail ascended a modest slope, opening onto a rocky outcrop that offered a sweeping view of the valley. It was a spot I often used to check for smoke plumes or anything out of the ordinary. Today, as my gaze drifted across the familiar expanse of green, something caught my eye. Near the far ridge, where the old logging road snaked its way down towards the main highway, a patch of trees seemed disturbed. It wasn't a clear cut, not a landslide. More like a swath of pines, perhaps 20 or 30 of them, stood at odd angles, their crowns twisted, some leaning precariously. It was too far to discern details, but the pattern was unnatural, like a clumsy hand had swept through a model forest. My first thought was wind shear, a microburst, but the air around me was still. No other trees in the immediate vicinity showed any such damage. It was isolated, a strange anomaly in an otherwise serene landscape. I pulled out my binoculars, standard issue, powerful lenses that could bring distant details into sharp focus. As I adjusted the focus, the twisted trees grew clearer. Their needles, usually a vibrant green, looked brittle and brown, as if scorched or starved of life. Some had snapped trunks, not cleanly broken like a saw had passed through, but ragged, splintered, as if twisted apart by immense force. The ground beneath them seemed churned, disturbed, almost like a giant had wrestled with the forest floor. I lowered the binoculars slowly, a knot tightening in my stomach. That wasn't wind damage, not a microburst, not a wildfire. It looked more like a battleground, but what kind of battle? Animals, even large ones like bears, didn't leave that kind of devastation. And humans, loggers or campers, wouldn't leave such a chaotic, destructive mess without a purpose. This was purposeless, violent, and utterly out of place. I checked my GPS again, pinpointing my location relative to the damaged trees. It was off my intended path, a good 5 miles as the crow flies, perhaps 8 or 10 by foot through dense forest and rough terrain. Pursuing it would add hours, maybe even a full day, to my hike, pushing me deep into territory I wasn't prepared to camp in overnight, especially alone. My later start suddenly felt like a much bigger mistake. My professional instinct, honed over 2 decades, screamed investigate. My gut, the one that kept me alive in the wilderness, screamed caution. I decided to compromise. I couldn't just ignore it. I would finish my loop, but I would keep my eyes open, looking for any other signs, any explanation. I made a mental note of the coordinates of the damaged patch of forest and continued, my pace now slower, more deliberate, my senses heightened. The quiet of the woods no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful, expectant. The trail dipped into a dense section of hemlock and cedar, the light here dim and green, even in the middle of the morning. The air grew cooler, heavier, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I was nearing the halfway point of the loop, a spot where an ancient, gnarled cedar stood, its trunk wider than a car. It was a landmark, a silent sentinel that had seen centuries pass. I always ran my hand over its rough bark, a small ritual, a connection to the enduring power of the forest. As I approached the cedar, a new detail struck me, one that sent a shiver down my spine. The air was still, yet a faint, almost imperceptible vibration resonated through the ground beneath my feet. It wasn't the rumble of a distant truck or the faint tremor of an earthquake. It was too subtle, too constant. It felt organic somehow, like the deep thrum of a hidden engine or a giant, barely contained heartbeat. I paused, taking off my pack, dropping it softly to the forest floor. I knelt, pressing my palm flat against the damp earth. The vibration was clearer there, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from deep within the earth itself. It was barely audible, more felt than heard, like the deep bass note of an organ. I stood up, shaking my head, trying to rationalize it. subterranean water flow, geological activity. I knew this area. It wasn't geothermally active in any significant way, and the sound, it wasn't a continuous drone. It had a pulse, a rhythm, faint but distinct. Thrum, thrum, thrum. I looked around, scanning the familiar trees, the mossy rocks, the dappled light. Nothing seemed out of place in my immediate surroundings except for this unsettling vibration. I pulled out my multi-tool, deploying the compass. It spun wildly for a moment, then settled, pointing generally north, but its needle twitched, unable to hold a steady bearing. I tried my GPS. The screen flickered, the satellite signal icon blinking erratically, struggling to lock on. This was unprecedented. My gear was top of the line, always meticulously maintained. I'd never had a signal drop like this on a clear day, especially not this close to the ridge. It was as if something was interfering with the magnetic field, with the very fabric of the electromagnetic spectrum. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, replacing the initial professional curiosity. This wasn't just a few oddities anymore. This was a pattern, an accumulation of impossible phenomena. Quiet stream, scoured rocks, twisted trees, vibrating earth, malfunctioning compass, and GPS. Each on its own could be dismissed, but together they painted a picture of something profoundly wrong, something beyond my experience, beyond my training. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Panic was a ranger's worst enemy. I had to think clearly. What was the most logical explanation? I cycled through every possibility. Military exercises unlikely, no warnings, unrecorded seismic activity possible, but the rhythmic hum, a strange atmospheric phenomenon affecting physical objects like trees. None of it fit, not completely. I made a new decision. My loop was secondary. I needed to get to a higher point, to try and get a clear signal, and to get a better vantage point of that damaged forest. The nearest high point was the old Cascade Ridge Fire Lookout, my usual office, and a place of familiarity and safety. It was further than completing my loop, but it was a more direct route to answers. I reprogrammed my increasingly unreliable GPS, estimating the distance at about 5 miles of moderately challenging ascent. It would take me at least 2 hours, maybe more at my new, wary pace. As I turned off the Whispering Pines Trail onto a less maintained access path that cut more directly towards the lookout, the air seemed to grow heavier still. The familiar sounds of the forest, already muted, now seemed to vanish almost entirely. No birdsong, no rustle of leaves, no distant wind, just the soft thump-thump of my boots and the increasingly distinct, low thrum beneath the earth. It was like walking into a sound vacuum. The path grew steeper, winding through stands of ancient firs whose branches met overhead, creating a perpetual twilight. The ground was littered with fallen needles and moss-covered stones, slick with damp. My eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, searching for any movement, any telltale sign of an explanation. My hand instinctively hovered near the bear spray clipped to my belt, then slid down to the holstered pistol on my hip. A professional habit, a last resort, but one I'd never truly expected to use in this capacity. This wasn't a bear I was worried about. Suddenly, a flicker of movement. Deep in the shadows between 2 massive trees, something indistinct, dark, shifted. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I stood perfectly still, straining my ears, my eyes. The forest was utterly silent, save for the rhythmic thrum. My breath hitched. Nothing, just shadows playing tricks on my overactive imagination. I told myself it was probably a deer, or my mind creating patterns in the gloom. But then a scent hit me. It was faint at first, then grew stronger, cloying and metallic, like ozone mixed with something else, something primal and unsettling. It reminded me vaguely of a distant electrical storm, but with an underlying muskiness, a rank odor that spoke of decay and something alien. I tasted metal on my tongue. The air grew thick, humid, despite the cool temperature. My skin prickled. I felt an intense, almost physical pressure, like being at the bottom of a deep swimming pool. My ears popped. The low thrum intensified, growing louder, more distinct, as if whatever was causing it was drawing closer, or I was drawing closer to it. I pushed forward, driven by a growing sense of urgency. The light began to dim even more, though the sun was still high in the sky. It wasn't a natural dimming, not the slow creep of evening. It was as if the very light itself was being absorbed, sucked away by some unseen force. The shadows lengthened and deepened, swallowing the familiar shapes of the forest, turning them into monstrous, shifting forms. I came upon another anomaly. The trail here traversed a small, open area, a natural clearing where the canopy momentarily broke. But instead of sunlight, the clearing was bathed in an eerie, diffuse glow, a pale, almost violet light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The grass underfoot, usually a vibrant green, was dull, almost monochromatic, drained of its color. And then I saw them. Footprints. They were large, much larger than any human print, and oddly shaped. They weren't bare prints, too narrow in the heel, too long in the toe, with distinct, deep impressions that suggested immense weight. 3 prominent toes, sharply delineated, with a 4th, smaller digit set further back, and they were fresh. The impressions were clear in the damp earth, the edges sharp, not yet softened by time or weather. They led directly across the clearing, then vanished into the deep shadows of the forest on the other side. I knelt, heart pounding, adrenaline surging through my veins. My professional training kicked in, overriding the rising tide of fear. I pulled out my camera, took several clear shots of the prints, varying angles with my trekking pole for scale. Then I pulled out my small plaster casting kit, a standard piece of equipment for unusual animal tracks. My hands trembled slightly as I mixed the plaster, poured it into the deepest, clearest print. While I waited for the plaster to set, I scanned the clearing, looking for any other signs, and I found them. Not far from the footprints on the rough bark of a fallen log were deep gouges, not claw marks, not teeth. These were smooth, precise, as if something incredibly sharp and strong had been dragged across the wood, leaving behind a series of deep, parallel grooves. And nearby, tangled in a low-hanging branch, was a single, long, coarse hair. It wasn't human hair. It wasn't animal fur I recognized. It was thick, black, and had an almost metallic sheen, reflecting the eerie violet light. I carefully collected it, placing it in a small, sealed evidence bag. The plaster cast hardened quickly in the strange, charged air. I carefully lifted it, revealing a perfect 3-toed print, almost 18 inches long. This wasn't just something large. This was something unprecedented, something utterly unknown to me or to any known zoology of the Pacific Northwest. My mind reeled. Bigfoot, the old legends, the campfire stories dismissed by science. But this was real. This was tangible proof. A new thought, colder and more terrifying than the last, wormed its way into my mind. If these were footprints and they were fresh, then whatever made them was close. Perhaps it had been watching me as I walked. Perhaps it was watching me now. I stood up slowly, my pistol now fully in my hand, safety off. My eyes darted around the clearing into the deep, encroaching shadows. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. The thrum was now a deep, resonant bass felt in my chest, shaking my teeth. The metallic, ozone scent was overpowering. I had to get to the lookout. I had to report this. My duty as a ranger, my responsibility to the park, to the public, demanded it. but a more primal instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to simply disappear. I moved with a new urgency, a measured speed that balanced stealth with haste. The violet light in the clearing had begun to fade, replaced by an even deeper gloom. The path ahead was barely visible. The forest felt alive around me, not with the familiar life of creatures, but with a presence, a watchful, ancient, unsettling intelligence. Then a sound. It wasn't a growl, not a roar. It was a low, resonant chittering, a clicking, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air, vibrating in my bones, making my teeth ache. It came from the direction the footprints had gone, from the deepening shadows, and it was close, too close. I broke into a run, stumbling over roots, crashing through undergrowth, no longer caring about stealth. The chittering sound followed, growing louder, accompanied by the distinct sound of heavy footsteps, thudding on the forest floor, gaining on me. The ground trembled with each step. My heart hammered against my ribs, my lungs burned. Fear, raw and visceral, coursed through me, a bitter taste in my mouth. I didn't look back. I couldn't. All I could do was push, to put distance between myself and whatever was behind me. The path twisted and turned, climbing relentlessly. I could feel the presence, a suffocating weight, right on my heels. The ozone smell was burning my nostrils. The metallic tang was like blood. I could hear branches snapping, heavy bodies pushing through dense thickets. There wasn't just one of them. The sounds suggested multiple, surrounding me, hurting me. My GPS still flickered uselessly. My satellite communicator was dead. No signal, nothing. I was truly alone, deeper in the woods than I had ever intended to be, pursued by something utterly inexplicable and terrifying. Just ahead I saw a faint glimmer of light, not natural, but the glint of metal. The lookout tower, a beacon of hope, of relative safety. I pushed harder, my legs screaming in protest. The final ascent to the lookout was a series of steep, switchbacking steps carved into the rock face, protected by a sturdy wooden railing. If I could just make it up those steps, into the reinforced cabin. I burst out of the tree line, onto the rocky approach to the steps, gasping for air. The chittering was right behind me, a cacophony of guttural clicks and strange, resonating rumbles that seemed to shatter the air. The ground vibrated violently. I scrambled up the steps, 2 at a time, my muscles screaming. My hand clutched the pistol, ready, but what was I going to shoot? What could even stop something that left 18-inch footprints and twisted trees like matchsticks? I reached the top platform, slammed open the heavy metal door to the lookout cabin, and stumbled inside, wrenching the door shut behind me. The latch clicked home with a weak, unsatisfying sound. It felt flimsy, like a sheet of paper against a tidal wave. I leaned against the door, panting, eyes squeezed shut, trying to regain control, to process the sheer, impossible terror of the last few minutes. Silence. Not the familiar silence of the forest, but an immediate, abrupt, terrifying absence of sound. No chittering, no thudding footsteps, no thrum, nothing, just the pounding of my own heart in my ears. I slowly opened my eyes, scanning the interior of the cabin. It was small, sturdy, mostly glass windows offering 360-degree views of the surrounding peaks and valleys, my base of operations, my sanctuary. The silence persisted. Had they given up? Were they waiting? I cautiously approached one of the windows, peering out. The late morning sun, still battling through the strange gloom, cast long, distorted shadows. I looked down at the base of the tower, at the path I had just ascended. Nothing, no movement, no sign of anything. The forest below was a dense, dark expanse of green, silent and still, too still. I took a shaky breath, trying to calm myself. I walked to the radio standard issue, high frequency. I flicked it on, static, just static. I tried the emergency channel, more static. The interference was absolute. I was cut off, completely. My eyes fell on the old emergency flare gun mounted on the wall. A last resort. I grabbed it, checked the cartridges. Loaded. Not that a flare would do much against whatever was out there, but it was something, a signal, a desperate hope. I looked out again, my gaze sweeping the horizon, desperately searching for any sign of normalcy, any explanation. That damaged patch of forest, visible from here, looked even more desolate, a scar on the otherwise pristine landscape. Then movement, not near the tower, not in the forest directly below, but further out, deep in the valley, near the base of the damaged trees. A shimmering distortion in the air, like heat haze, but too localized, too intense. It pulsed with a faint, violet light, visible even in the dim light, and from within that shimmering distortion, something emerged. It was massive, easily twice the height of a grown man, maybe more. Its form was indistinct, wavering, but I could make out broad shoulders, a bipedal stance, and a general humanoid shape, though elongated, angular. Its skin, or whatever covered it, seemed to absorb the light, appearing as a shifting void against the trees. And then it moved. With an impossible speed, it strode through the forest, covering ground at a pace no animal, no human could match. It moved towards the damaged patch of trees, not away from it. And as it moved, the surrounding trees, previously undisturbed, began to twist and splinter, their branches snapping, their trunks groaning, replicating the very destruction I had seen from a distance. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a creature. This was something that bent reality, that warped the very essence of the forest with its presence. It was a force of nature, but a malevolent, alien one. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it seemed to fade, dissolving back into the shimmering distortion, which in turn flickered and vanished, leaving behind only the broken, twisted trees and the unsettling, pervasive silence. I stood there, pressed against the window, watching the empty space where the creature had been, my mind struggling to comprehend what I had just witnessed. My whole life, everything I knew about the natural world, was being ripped apart piece by piece. The sun, still high, seemed to be losing its battle with the strange gloom. The sky was an unnatural shade of bruised purple and gray. The air outside the lookout was still, eerily so. No wind, no birds, no rustling leaves. Just the silence, the terrifying, deafening silence. And then from below, from the very base of the lookout tower, came a sound. Not the chittering, not the thrum. This was different, a scraping, a grating, a deep, resonant groan that seemed to come from the very metal structure of the tower itself, and then a series of heavy, deliberate thumps. Someone or something was climbing the tower. The heavy thumps grew louder, more distinct, echoing through the hollow metal structure of the lookout tower. Each one vibrated through the floor beneath my feet, shaking the very glass in the windows. It wasn't a human climbing. It was too heavy, too deliberate, too strong. A cold dread, far deeper than any fear I'd ever known, seized me. My mind raced, trying to grasp the impossible. What kind of thing climbs a sheer metal tower with such force? I backed away from the window, moving swiftly to the center of the small cabin. My hand was still clamped around the grip of my pistol, the cold steel a small comfort in a world gone mad. But what good was it? This wasn't a bear I was facing, or a mountain lion. This was something that defied explanation, something that had just twisted ancient furs into kindling with its mere presence. The scraping sound intensified, a terrible symphony of metal grinding on metal just beneath the floorboards. It was directly below me. I could hear the structure groaning under immense weight, protesting with sharp, metallic squeals. Then a new sound, a ripping, tearing noise that made my stomach lurch. The hatch, the emergency access hatch in the floor of the lookout, was being forced. It was a sturdy, reinforced steel plate, bolted down, designed to withstand the harshest weather and even attempts at forced entry. But whatever was below was making short work of it. I dropped into a crouch, pivoting slowly, my pistol raised, covering the floor hatch. My breath hitched in my throat, each inhale a shallow, ragged gasp. My eyes darted around the cabin, searching for any other point of entry, any other threat. The windows, so much glass, so much vulnerability. The hatch shuddered violently, then began to buckle inward with a grotesque, tearing shriek of tortured metal. A gap, just a thin sliver at first, appeared around its edge, showing a sliver of darkness below. Then it widened. A huge clawed hand, impossibly long and multi-jointed, burst through the gap, tearing back the mangled steel as if it were paper. It was gray-black, mottled, covered in thick, coarse scales or hide, and tipped with 3 razor-sharp, dark talons. The nails were long, curved, and obsidian black. It ripped the hatch completely free with a final, sickening crunch, tossing the heavy steel plate aside as easily as a child would discard a toy. The hatch spun across the floor, scraping loudly, then slammed into the far wall, leaving a deep gouge in the wood. A guttural chittering, a louder, more aggressive version of the sound I'd heard in the forest, erupted from the opening. The creature pulled itself up, its head appearing first. My breath caught. My mind, trained for logical assessment, struggled to process the image. It was colossal, easily 8 feet tall, maybe more, even hunched over as it was to fit through the opening. Its head was roughly humanoid, but grossly distorted. Large, obsidian-black eyes, multifaceted like an insect's, stared out from a skull that was too wide, too flattened. There was no discernible nose, just 2 slits. Its mouth was a wide, vertical maw, filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth that constantly shifted and clicked, accompanied by the guttural chittering. The skin, a mottled gray and black, seemed to absorb the light, making it appear as a shifting void. It had no hair, only those thick, black, metallic bristles, like the one I'd found, scattered sparingly over its broad, powerful shoulders and down its thick, corded neck. Its limbs were too long, too spindly, yet clearly possessed immense power. 3-fingered hands, ending in those terrible talons, were disproportionately large. Its chest was broad, ribbed, and its posture, even stooped, conveyed a primal, predatory strength. And the smell of that metallic, ozone tang, now mixed with something else, something fetid and ancient, filled the small cabin, burning my nostrils. It hauled itself fully into the cabin, unfolding to its full, terrifying height. The small space immediately felt impossibly cramped. Its head almost brushed the ceiling. The air grew heavy, oppressive, crackling with an unseen energy. My compass, lying forgotten on the table, began to spin wildly, its needle a blur. The creature's gaze, those multifaceted black eyes, locked onto me. There was no warmth, no intelligence I recognized, only a cold, calculating hunger. It took a slow, deliberate step towards me, its massive foot, the one that made the 18-inch prints, thudding softly on the wooden floor. The floor groaned in protest. My training, my instincts, all screamed at me to run, to flee, to somehow find cover. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped. This was it. My finger tightened on the trigger. My arm was trembling, but I forced myself to hold it steady. This wasn't a warning shot situation. This was last stand. "Stay back," I croaked, my voice raw, barely audible over the chittering and the frantic pounding of my own heart. It didn't react. It just kept coming, a slow, inexorable advance. Life fired. The .45 barked, a deafening roar in the confined space, followed by the sharp crack of the bullet impacting. I aimed for its head, a Hail Mary shot. The slug hit it squarely in the center of its forehead, precisely where a human's brow would be. The creature barely flinched. A small crater, no bigger than a dime, appeared on its mottled skin. A thin, viscous, dark fluid, almost black, oozed from the wound, quickly congealing. It didn't even slow its advance. Its multifaceted eyes narrowed, if such a thing was possible. A new ripple of annoyance appeared in their depths. My heart plummeted. My pistol was useless. I fired again and again, emptying the magazine in quick succession, aiming for the head, the chest, anywhere I thought might be a vital point. Each shot slammed into the creature with a sickening thud, each time leaving only a shallow crater from which the dark fluid wept. It grunted, a low, resonating sound, but continued its advance unaffected. The chittering intensified, almost a laugh of contempt. I dropped the empty pistol, the clatter on the floor echoing the hollowness in my chest. My mind screamed in frantic desperation. What now? What could stop this thing? It reached out a hand, its talons extended, moving with impossible speed. I instinctively ducked, rolling to my left, narrowly avoiding the swipe that would have disemboweled me. The talons tore through the air where I had been standing, leaving a whistling vacuum in their wake. A deep gouge appeared in the wall behind me, where the creature's claw had connected with solid wood, ripping out a splintered chunk as easily as if it were foam. I scrambled backwards, bumping into the radio console. My hand slapped against the emergency flare gun, still mounted on the wall. A flare, fire, the only thing I had left, a desperate, impossible hope. I ripped the flare gun from its mounts, fumbling with the safety, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. The creature paused, those black eyes tracking my every move. It seemed curious. It titled its head slightly, its clicking maw widening, as if trying to understand my frantic actions. It took another step, closing the distance between us. I raised the flare gun, pointing it directly at its chest. "Get back," I yelled, my voice cracking, utterly futile. It lunged. This time I didn't dodge. I couldn't. It was too fast. Its massive hand shot out, not to strike, but to grab. Its talons closed around my upper arm, digging into the flesh through my thick jacket. A searing pain shot through me, hot and agonizing. I cried out, the flare gun almost slipping from my grasp. Its grip was immense, crushing, easily capable of tearing my arm from its socket. Its face, hideous and alien, was inches from mine. The stench was overwhelming. I could feel its hot, fetid breath on my face, the clicking of its teeth a deafening assault on my ears. Its multifaceted eyes, dark and ancient, seemed to bore into my soul. I was truly helpless. But it didn't rip me apart. It held me there, suspended, its grip crushing but not tearing. It leaned closer, its head still tilted, as if examining me. Its chittering softened, a low, curious rumble. And then a second, equally terrifying sound. A different chittering, a higher-pitched, agitated clicking, came from below, from the gaping hole in the floor. Another one. The creature holding me stiffened, its grip on my arm tightening, sending a fresh wave of agony through me. It turned its head, its obsidian eyes glancing down at the hole. The agitated chittering grew louder, more insistent. Then from the hole a second creature began to emerge. Smaller, leaner, but equally grotesque, its own multifaceted eyes gleaming in the gloom. This one was less mottled, a uniform dark gray, almost black, and its movements were more erratic, more aggressive. The first creature, the one holding me, seemed to communicate with the second through a series of rapid clicks and guttural rumbles. There was a clear tension, a disagreement in their sounds. The smaller creature seemed intent on getting to me, its three-taloned hands already scrabbling at the edges of the opening. The larger creature responded with a deep, resonant growl, a sound that vibrated through the very structure of the lookout. It was a warning, a clear assertion of dominance. It held me tighter, pulling me slightly behind its massive body, shielding me from the smaller one's view. I was no longer just prey, I was property. The smaller creature hissed, a sound like steam escaping a pressure valve, its teeth snapping. But it paused, seemingly intimidated by the larger one's growl. It stayed half in, half out of the hole, its head darting from the larger creature to me, its eyes gleaming with frustrated hunger. This was my chance. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I brought the flare gun up, pressing the muzzle against the larger creature's side, directly into a soft-looking spot between its massive ribs and its armpit. I pulled the trigger. The flare ignited with a deafening roar, a blinding flash of white-hot light, and a blast of superheated gas. The small cabin was instantly filled with a suffocating cloud of sulfurous smoke. The creature shrieked, a sound of pure agony, a high-pitched, piercing wail that vibrated through my very bones. Its grip on my arm spasmed, loosening just enough for me to tear free, even as its talons raked my skin, leaving 3 burning gouges. I stumbled back, gasping, my arm burning. The flare, still burning with furious intensity, had embedded itself deep into its side. The creature writhed, thrashing wildly, its huge body slamming against the walls of the lookout cabin, sending splinters of wood and shards of glass flying. Its chittering was now a continuous, tortured scream. The smell of ozone and burnt flesh was overpowering. The smaller creature, startled by the sudden eruption, recoiled, falling back down into the hole with a surprised shriek. I didn't hesitate. Pain forgotten, I scrambled towards the nearest window, not caring about stealth, only escape. The creature was still flailing, its attention entirely consumed by the burning flare in its side. The cabin was a maelstrom of destruction, groaning and creaking under the assault. I kicked at the window, the old glass shattering inward with a deafening crash. The sudden rush of cold, alien air was a welcome shock. Without a second thought, I clambered onto the sill, ignoring the jagged shards of glass, and prepared to jump. It was a long way down, a sheer drop of 50 feet onto jagged rock. Suicide, probably, but staying meant certain death or worse. And there, just below the window, was a narrow catwalk, a precarious maintenance platform that ran around the exterior of the tower. It was old, rusted, barely a foot wide, but it was a path. I launched myself out, grabbing onto the thin, icy-cold metal railing of the catwalk, my boots scraping against the corrugated metal platform. My injured arm screamed in protest, but I gritted my teeth against the pain. I was out. The creature inside the cabin continued to thrash, its wails echoing through the mountain air. The flare had caused significant damage, and the sight of its flailing body was both horrifying and strangely exhilarating. I had hurt it. I had actually hurt it. I didn't waste time admiring my handiwork. I began to move, shuffling sideways along the catwalk, my back pressed against the metal struts of the tower, my eyes scanning the terrain below. The heavy thumps had returned below me, a new, more frantic rhythm. The smaller creature, or perhaps others, were climbing again. I reached the far side of the tower, where a narrow, rusted ladder descended the final 15 feet to the rocky base. This was it, the quick way down. But as I reached for the ladder, a new set of chittering sounds erupted from below. Not just one or two, many, a chorus of guttural clicks and agitated growls emanating from the base of the tower. They were waiting for me. My heart sank. I was trapped, above the enraged creature, still struggling with the flare, below an unknown number of others. My eyes darted around, searching, desperate for another option. And then I saw it, the emergency zip line. It was an old, rarely used escape route, a thick steel cable stretched taut from the lookout tower to a sturdy anchor point on a massive, ancient fir tree 100 yards away across a deep ravine. It was primarily for rapid evacuation during a forest fire when the stairs were compromised. It had a harness and a slow descent mechanism, but it was there, my only way out. I scrambled along the catwalk towards the zip line anchor point, located on the opposite side of the tower from the stairs. The harness was clipped to a heavy steel ring, ready for use. My hands, still trembling, fumbled with the clasps, struggling to secure the worn leather and canvas straps around my body. My arm throbbed, a dull, insistent ache. From inside the lookout, the creature's shrieks began to subside, replaced by a low, furious rumble. It was recovering. The smoke, thick and acrid, began to billow out of the shattered window, stinging my eyes and catching in my throat. I could hear it moving again, deliberately, within the cabin. It was coming for me. The smaller creature, or creatures, were still clambering up the tower's metal supports, their chittering growing closer. I could hear the scraping of their talons on the metal, the rhythmic thump-thump of their heavy bodies. I finally managed to secure the harness. I clipped the large steel carabiner onto the zip line cable, testing its strength. It groaned softly but held. Just as I pushed off the platform, a huge, multi-taloned hand burst through the shattered window, less than 3 feet from where I stood. It swiped at me, missing by inches, its talons tearing through the air with a hungry whisper. The creature inside was fully recovered, its earlier pain replaced by a cold, murderous rage. Its black, multifaceted eyes glowed with an eerie violet light, its mouth a gaping maw of shifting teeth. I pushed off, throwing myself into the void. The zip line mechanism groaned, then engaged, sending me hurtling across the ravine, suspended high above the ground. The wind rushed past my face, a cold, invigorating blast that momentarily cleared my head. Below, in the depths of the ravine, I saw them, several of them, dark, shadowy figures moving with unsettling speed through the dense undergrowth, their chittering echoing up at me. They were watching me. I flew through the air, away from the immediate danger of the lookout, but towards an uncertain fate. The ride was exhilarating, terrifying. The massive fir tree that was my anchor point loomed closer. I braced myself for impact, gripping the harness straps, my injured arm screaming. I hit the anchor point with a jarring thud, my momentum swinging me violently against the rough bark of the ancient tree. I gasped, winded, pain flaring through my arm and shoulder. But I was down. I was off the tower. I unclipped the harness, letting it swing freely, and dropped to the forest floor. I was in a different part of the woods now, dense and unfamiliar, on the opposite side of the ravine from the tower. The air here was still, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, but also that metallic, ozone tang, now more pervasive than ever. The silence was still there, a heavy, suffocating blanket. No birds, no rustling leaves, only the distant, rhythmic thrum beneath the earth, now a deeper, more insistent pulse. I looked back at the lookout tower. It stood stark against the bruised purple and gray sky, its shattered window a gaping wound. I could make out the dark, shadowy forms of the creatures moving within its confines, their chittering sounds a faint, chilling echo across the ravine. They were searching for me. I had to move. I had to get away, to find help, to warn someone. But where? My GPS was dead, my radio useless. I was deep in the wilderness, hunted by creatures that defied every known law of nature. I started walking, forcing myself into a steady pace, trying to ignore the throbbing in my arm, the exhaustion in my legs, the terror in my heart. I moved through the forest, a new direction now, away from the lookout, away from where I'd seen the creature emerge from the shimmering distortion. I needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and these impossible hunters. The forest here was different. It felt altered. The trees, though not twisted like the patch I'd seen earlier, seemed subtly wrong. Their leaves were duller, their bark rougher, the air around them somehow heavier. The ground beneath my feet was damp, spongy, littered with strange, iridescent fungi I didn't recognize, glowing with a faint, violet light. As I walked, the thrum grew steadily louder, a deep, resonating hum that felt like it was coming from everywhere at once. It was almost a physical presence, vibrating through the soles of my boots, up my legs, into my chest. It made my teeth ache, my head throb. It was as if the very bedrock of the mountain was singing a mournful, ominous song. I kept my eyes peeled, scanning the dense undergrowth, the shadows between the trees, every rustle, every flicker of movement. I knew they were out there. I could feel their presence, a primal awareness that prickled the hairs on my neck. The ozone smell was a constant companion, a sickening reminder of their proximity. My injured arm was bleeding, the gashes from the creature's talons deep and ragged. I tore a strip of fabric from my shirt and tied it tightly around the wound, trying to staunch the flow. The pain was a constant, sharp reminder of my desperate situation. I walked for what felt like hours, a relentless march through the silent, oppressive forest. The sun continued its battle with the strange gloom, the sky never truly brightening, never truly darkening, stuck in an unnatural twilight. My sense of direction was skewed, my internal compass spinning wildly without the aid of my broken GPS. I was moving by instinct, by a desperate need to simply get away. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it again, the shimmering distortion. It was larger now, more vibrant, pulsing with that same eerie violet light. It wasn't far, perhaps only a mile or two ahead, nestled in a deep hollow at the base of a particularly massive, ancient fir. And it was no longer just a distortion. It was a gateway. From its swirling depths, another one of the creatures emerged, then another and another. Not just the tall, lumbering ones like the one in the lookout, but also smaller, more agile forms, the ones I'd heard climbing the tower, darting out into the forest. Their movements were swift, jerky, unnatural. They moved with a predatory grace, their multifaceted eyes gleaming in the strange light. They weren't just emerging, they were pouring out of it, a steady stream of alien life forms, spreading out into the forest like a dark, noxious tide. This was no isolated incident. This was an invasion. My mind reeled, struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. A portal, a gateway to another dimension. It sounded like something out of a science fiction novel, not a park ranger's reality. But the evidence was undeniable. The twisted trees, the strange vibrations, the impossible creatures, the dead electronics. It all pointed to something utterly beyond human comprehension. I knew with a sudden, chilling certainty that I had stumbled upon something catastrophic, something that threatened not just my life, but the very existence of the world as I knew it. I dropped to my knees, hidden by a thick tangle of ferns, watching the impossible spectacle unfold before me. I needed to observe, to understand, to gather information. My professional duty, battered but not broken, surged to the forefront. I was no longer just a man running for his life. I was a witness, an unwilling, terrified witness to the unimaginable. The creatures, once fully emerged from the shimmering gateway, would pause, their heads tilted, their clicking mouths working, as if processing new information. Then, with a unified, jerky movement, they would fan out, dissolving into the deeper shadows of the forest. They seemed to communicate through subtle gestures, shifts in their posture, and variations in their chittering, a complex, alien language of clicks and rumbles. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as dozens, then hundreds of them emerged. They were not all alike. Some were massive, like the one I'd faced in the lookout, their broad shoulders and powerful limbs moving with a heavy, purposeful gait. Others were smaller, leaner, more agile, darting through the undergrowth like grotesque shadows. A few, very few, were even stranger, almost larval in appearance, dragging themselves on multiple limbs, their forms indistinct and shifting within the violet glow. And with each new emergence, the thrum intensified, growing into a deafening roar in my ears, vibrating through my entire body, making my vision blur. The air itself shimmered, becoming thick and heavy, laden with that metallic ozone scent. The forest around the gateway began to change more rapidly. Trees closest to the distortion started to wither and twist, their bark peeling, their leaves turning a sickly brown. The ground around the gateway was black, scorched, and sterile, devoid of all life. It was as if the very presence of these creatures, their gateway, was poisoning the natural world. I needed to find a way to report this, but with my equipment dead and the nearest human outpost miles away, through an increasingly hostile and alien landscape, how? My only hope was to get out of the park, to reach civilization, to find a working phone, a working radio, anything. I pulled back from my hiding spot, carefully, trying not to make a sound. My mind, despite the horror, was calculating, planning. I had to circle around the gateway, avoid the main egress points of these creatures. That meant heading deeper into the uncharted wilderness, taking a longer, more dangerous route to the park boundary. I started moving again, now with a renewed sense of purpose, a grim determination replacing the raw terror. I was no longer just running from something. I was running to something: help, answers, survival, and the absolute, undeniable truth. The journey was a blur of pain, fear, and exhaustion. My arm throbbed relentlessly, my legs ached with every step, and my throat was raw from the constant metallic taste in the air. I pressed on, fueled by adrenaline, and the terrifying images burned into my mind. I avoided any open clearings, sticking to the densest parts of the forest, using the ancient trees as cover. I heard them several times, their chittering calls echoing through the woods, sometimes close, sometimes distant. I glimpsed their dark forms moving between the trees, silent and swift, always just out of sight. They were hunting, exploring, spreading. At one point, I came across a scene that solidified my worst fears. A small herd of deer, motionless, their bodies contorted into unnatural positions, their eyes wide and glassy. There were no visible wounds, no blood, but their bodies were shriveled, desiccated, as if all the moisture, all the life had been sucked out of them. And around them, the ground was covered in that same iridescent violet fungi. It was a chilling testament to the creature's destructive power, a silent, gruesome warning. They weren't just invaders, they were parasites. I pressed on, my stomach churning with nausea. I had to get out. I had to tell someone. As the unnatural twilight deepened, I found myself approaching the edge of the park boundary. a rough, unmaintained dirt road that eventually led to a small, isolated highway. It was my best bet. If I could reach that road, I might be able to flag down a car, a logging truck, anything. But as I cautiously approached the tree line overlooking the road, I stopped dead. The road was not empty. Two figures stood in the middle of the dirt track, illuminated by the strange, bruised light of the sky. They were not park rangers. They were not loggers or campers. They were human. One was a woman, tall and slender, dressed in what looked like specialized tactical gear, dark and functional, but with an odd, almost futuristic sheen. Her hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, and she held a weapon I didn't recognize, sleek and black, with a faint blue glow emanating from its barrel. The other was a man, equally well-equipped, shorter and broader, his face grim and set. He was holding a large, complex device that pulsed with the same violet light as the gateway, its screen filled with strange symbols and fluctuating energy readings. They both wore expressions of intense concentration, their gazes fixed on the forest, on the direction I had just come from, on the direction of the gateway. They weren't just passing through, they were waiting, they were prepared. And then as I watched, hidden in the shadows, the man looked up from his device, his eyes narrowing. He spoke into a hidden comms unit, his voice a low, urgent murmur. The woman beside him tensed, raising her weapon, scanning the tree line, her gaze sweeping closer and closer to my hiding spot. I froze, barely breathing. Who were they? Were they here to help, or were they part of this somehow? Their gear, their strange weapons, the device that mirrored the alien glow, it was all too coincidental. The woman's head snapped towards my position. Her eyes, sharp and intelligent, seemed to pierce through the dense foliage, directly into my hiding place. "Show yourself," she called out, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the oppressive silence. "We know you're there." My heart hammered against my ribs. I had two choices: surrender to these unknowns or continue my desperate flight into the wilderness, with the creatures hot on my heels. But perhaps these people, whatever their nature, were my only chance. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed aside the ferns, stepping out of the shadows, my hands raised in a gesture of surrender, my injured arm cradled against my chest. The woman immediately leveled her glowing weapon at me. The man, equally wary, turned his device towards me, its violet light bathing me in an eerie glow. "State your name and designation," the woman commanded, her voice devoid of emotion, her finger resting lightly on the trigger, "and explain why you are in a restricted zone." Restricted zone. I was a park ranger. This was my park. "I'm Robert Miller," I managed, my voice hoarse, raw. "Park ranger. This is my jurisdiction. I stumbled onto something impossible." My gaze flickered to their glowing weapon, to the violet light of the man's device. "You already know, don't you? You know what's out there." The woman's eyes narrowed, her gaze assessing me, taking in my torn clothes, my bleeding arm, the wild look in my eyes. She exchanged a quick, silent glance with the man. "Put your hands down, Ranger Miller," she finally said, her voice softening slightly, though her weapon remained trained on me. "You've seen too much. You're in a lot of danger." The man stepped forward, his device still aimed at me, but a new expression, one of cautious concern, appeared on his face. "Your vital signs are stable, but elevated," he reported, his voice calm, professional. "Significant physical trauma, and a high level of anomalous energy exposure." He glanced at the woman. "He's been close to an active event, Commander, very close." Commander, so she was in charge. We detected your anomalous energy signature hours ago, Miller, the commander explained, her voice now firm, authoritative. A significant spike originating from Cascade Ridge. We've been tracking you. We were on our way to investigate the anomaly when your signature suddenly appeared on the edge of our perimeter. The anomaly, I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. You mean the portal, the creatures pouring out of it, the ones that just tried to kill me. The commander's face remained impassive, but the man beside her flinched, his eyes widening. He saw the ingress point, he whispered, a hint of alarm in his voice, and the entities. Yes, I confirmed, my voice gaining strength. I saw them. I saw them twist trees. I saw them climb the lookout. I saw one of them melt into thin air after I hit it with a flare. I held up my bleeding arm. This is from one of them, and I have proof, footprints, hair. My comms are dead. My GPS is dead. The park is compromised. You have to tell me what's happening. The commander slowly lowered her weapon, though her stance remained rigid, alert. It seems you're a lucky man, Ranger Miller, or perhaps unlucky. But you're right. You've seen too much to be left out here and too much to simply be debriefed and sent home. Her gaze swept over me, a calculating assessment. It also seems you possess a remarkable resilience. Most unaugmented personnel would not have survived what you've encountered. Unaugmented, I repeated, confused. What are you talking about? Come with us, Ranger Miller, she said, ignoring my question. We need to get you somewhere safe, somewhere we can explain, and somewhere we can contain the information you possess. Her tone was not a request, it was an order. Contain, I felt a fresh surge of alarm. What do you mean, contain? Before she could answer, a new sound erupted from the forest behind me, a chorus of chittering, closer now, accompanied by the distinct sound of heavy footsteps. They were on my trail. They had followed me. The commander and the man both spun around, their weapons and device raised, scanning the tree line. Perimeter breach, the man yelled, his voice urgent. Multiple hostiles, contact imminent. The commander immediately raised her weapon, a grim determination etched on her face. Miller, she said, her eyes fixed on the encroaching shadows. Get behind us, now. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled behind them, my heart pounding, my pistol still clutched uselessly in my hand. I watched as the dark, shadowy forms of the creatures began to emerge from the tree line, their multifaceted eyes gleaming, their clicking mouths working. There were at least a dozen of them, larger and smaller, surrounding us. Hold your fire until directed, the commander shouted to the man, her voice steady despite the overwhelming odds. Conserve plasma. Focus on disabling, not lethal force if possible. Plasma, these people weren't just equipped. They were fighting a very different kind of war. The creatures advanced, slowly, deliberately, their chittering filling the air with a menacing hum. The ozone smell intensified. The ground began to thrum. On my mark, the commander said, her eyes never leaving the creatures. 3, 2, 1, fire. The sound that followed was unlike anything I had ever heard. The woman's weapon spat out a bolt of pure blue energy, a crackling, brilliant lance of light that slammed into the chest of the lead creature. The creature shrieked, a sound of agony, its body convulsing as if struck by lightning. It staggered back, smoking, a deep, cauterized wound on its chest. It was hurt, seriously hurt. The man, too, fired his weapon, a wider, less focused blast of blue energy that swept across a group of the smaller creatures, sending them recoiling, their movements jerky and disoriented. These people, whatever they were, could fight back. More creatures emerged, pressing the attack, their chittering growing louder, their movements more aggressive. The air crackled with energy, the forest floor groaning under their heavy footsteps. The fight was on. The commander moved with a practiced, deadly efficiency, firing controlled bursts of plasma, each shot finding its mark, sending creatures reeling, shrieking in pain. The man, meanwhile, seemed to be using his device more defensively, creating shimmering, almost transparent shields of violet energy that deflected the creature's lunges and swipes. He was also shouting commands into his comms, rapid-fire, technical jargon I couldn't understand. "We need backup now," he yelled, dodging a lunge from a particularly agile creature that slipped past the commander's fire. "The extraction point is compromised. Requesting." "Extraction team is en route. ETA 2 mics," the man shouted, his voice strained as he parried a swipe from a creature with his glowing violet shield. The impact sent tremors through the ground, and the creature hissed, its talons leaving deep gouges in the shimmering energy barrier. The commander, a blur of controlled motion, was already repositioning. Her blue plasma bolts ripped through the twilight gloom, each shot a precise, concussive impact. One creature, a smaller, quicker variant, tried to flank her, darting low. She didn't even glance at it, simply flicked her wrist, and a crackling arc of blue energy, almost like a whip, snaked out from her weapon's barrel, wrapping around the creature's leg. It shrieked a high-pitched, almost mechanical sound, and collapsed in a tangle of limbs, smoking fiercely. It wasn't dead, but it was certainly out of the fight for now. I stood crouched behind them, my useless .45 still clutched in my hand, feeling like a child with a toy gun. The sheer savagery of the creatures was terrifying, but the cold, clinical efficiency of these two strangers was almost equally unsettling. They fought with a detached ferocity, a practiced rhythm that spoke of countless battles against these things. More creatures poured from the tree line, their chittering chorus growing in intensity, a symphony of alien malice. They moved with an unsettling, disjointed gait, a mix of lurching power and sudden, twitching speed. Their multifaceted eyes, catching the violet light of the man's device and the blue glow of their weapons, glinted with malevolent purpose. The ozone smell was now overwhelming, burning my throat and stinging my eyes. "Watch your six, Commander," the man yelled, firing a concentrated blast that vaporized a portion of a creature's shoulder, sending it reeling back into the shadows. "On it, Dr. Eris," she replied, spinning and unleashing a rapid volley that cleared a path on her left flank. Her movements were fluid, graceful, yet incredibly powerful. She wasn't just firing a weapon, she was dancing a deadly ballet. Dr. Eris, so he was a scientist, not just a soldier. That explained the fancy detection device, though he wielded his plasma weapon with surprising skill. My own instinct, honed by years of wilderness survival, was screaming at me to run, to dive back into the forest to find cover. But these two, despite their alien technology, were fighting for their lives and implicitly for mine. And what good would running do? The creatures were everywhere. Then I heard it, a faint, distant whirring, growing rapidly louder. It wasn't a helicopter. The sound was deeper, more resonant, more powerful. It hummed with a similar energy to the violet light, the thrum beneath the earth. "Incoming," Dr. Eris shouted, just as a powerful spotlight, blinding white, cut through the bruised twilight sky. A sleek black craft, unlike any aircraft I had ever seen, descended rapidly from above. It was silent save for the deep hum of its propulsion, moving with impossible agility. Its design was angular, stealthy, with no visible rotors or wings, just glowing blue thrusters at its base. As it approached the dirt road, hovering about 20 feet above the ground, 2 ramps deployed from its belly. From these, a squad of identically geared figures, 6 of them, rappelled down with incredible speed and coordination. They were armed with similar glowing weapons to the commander and Dr. Eris, but also carried larger, bulkier devices I couldn't identify. "Extraction team is here," Dr. Eris yelled, a hint of relief in his voice. "Fall back to the primary ingress ramp." The newly arrived squad immediately formed a defensive perimeter, their weapons sweeping the tree line. Their movements were crisp, professional, a well-oiled machine. They opened fire, not with the precise bursts of the commander, but with sustained, sweeping torrents of blue plasma that lit up the forest, sending creatures screaming and scattering back into the shadows. The sheer volume of fire was overwhelming. The commander and Dr. Eris began to retreat towards the hovering craft, their weapons still firing, covering the rear. "Miller, move it," the commander barked, her eyes still on the receding enemy. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled to my feet, my injured arm still cradled, and stumbled after them, my breath ragged. The ground trembled under the barrage of plasma fire and the thudding of the retreating creatures. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt vegetation. As I neared the craft, I could see its interior, stark, utilitarian, filled with more glowing screens and strange equipment. The ramps, already angled downwards, were wide enough for a vehicle, or in this case, a rapid human ingress. Dr. Eris gestured frantically towards the craft. "Get in, now." I practically dove onto the ramp, scrambling inside. The interior was dimly lit, humming with a low, constant energy. As soon as my boots hit the deck, 2 of the tactical personnel, broad-shouldered and grim-faced, were there, grabbing me not roughly, but with an air of absolute control. They guided me further into the craft, away from the opening. The commander and Dr. Eris were the last to enter, their weapons still spitting plasma until the final moment. As they crossed the threshold, the ramps began to retract with a low hiss, sealing the craft. The humming of the propulsion intensified, and the floor vibrated as the craft began to ascend. Through a small viewport, I watched the forest below shrink, the darting shadows of the creatures becoming mere specks. The bright blue plasma fire continued for a few more seconds, then ceased as the last tactical soldier, a woman with a severe expression, boarded the craft. The ramp sealed with a solid thunk, and the interior lights brightened slightly, revealing the full extent of the team and their equipment. They were a mix of men and women, all similarly clad in dark, functional tactical gear, their faces etched with a grim professionalism. They moved with an economy of motion, checking their weapons, securing their positions, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The 2 personnel who had grabbed me were now examining my arm. One, a burly man with a neatly trimmed beard, gently pulled away the makeshift bandage I'd tied. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. The talons had left 3 deep, burning gashes, the flesh around them discolored, almost purplish black. It throbbed with a persistent, fiery ache. "Significant tissue necrosis already setting in," the man murmured, his fingers careful. "Looks like a type 3 tear, possible nerve damage. Definitely an energy signature consistent with a direct entity strike." He glanced at a small device on his wrist, which glowed violet. "Anomalous energy contamination is localized but severe." He quickly produced a small, silver tube and sprayed a cool, stinging mist over the wound. The immediate pain lessened, replaced by a strange numbness. Then he applied a thick, gel-like patch which adhered firmly to my skin. The patch pulsed with a faint blue light, and I could feel a subtle warmth spreading over the injured area. "This will stabilize it for transport." he informed me, his voice calm and methodical. But you'll need full decontamination and advanced cellular regeneration protocols when we get back to base. You're lucky. Most unaugmented individuals don't survive direct contact long enough for us to extract them, let alone tell the tale. Unaugmented again. The word grated on me, but I was too overwhelmed to question it immediately. The commander, having shed her helmet, approached me. Her face, now fully visible, was sharp, intelligent, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to miss nothing. She had a network of fine scars around her left temple, barely visible under her close-cropped blonde hair. She looked tired, but her posture was still ramrod straight. "Ranger Miller," she said, her voice softer now, but still authoritative. "I'm Commander Eva Rostova, lead field operative for Section 7. Section 7, the name meant nothing to me. Dr. Aris, she gestured to the man with the detection device, who was now carefully stowing his gear, is our lead xenobiologist and a tactical support specialist. Dr. Aris gave me a curt nod, his face still serious. "Good to have you aboard, Ranger." What is going on?" I asked, my voice still hoarse, my eyes wide with a desperate need for answers. "What are those things, and what are you?" Commander Rostova sighed, running a hand over her hair. "Those things, Miller, are what we refer to as extraterrestrial ingress entities, or EIEs for short. They are an invasive species, originating from, well, somewhere else. And what we are is the primary line of defense against them." "Extraterrestrial," I gaped. "You mean aliens from space?" The word sounded absurd, yet I had just witnessed the impossible. Dr. Aris, overhearing, stepped closer. "Not necessarily from space, in the way you might conceive it, Ranger. Our current hypothesis is that they originate from a parallel dimension, a separate reality with different physical laws. The portal you observed, the shimmering distortion, is what we call an ingress point, a tier in the fabric of spacetime, allowing them to cross over." A parallel dimension. It was even more outlandish than space aliens, and yet it fit. It explained the twisted trees, the vibrating earth, the dead electronics, the pervasive strangeness. "And they've just invaded my park," I stated, the realization hitting me with a cold, hard thump. "They're spreading. I saw dozens of them, hundreds, and they're killing the local wildlife. The deer, they were all shriveled up." Commander Rostova's expression darkened. "Yes, Miller, we've been tracking their incursions for some time. This particular ingress point, designated Whispering Pines Anomaly 7 Delta, has been monitored for weeks. We anticipated an event of this magnitude. Your unexpected presence complicated our initial containment strategy." "Containment strategy?" I asked, a fresh wave of indignation washing over me. "You knew about this. You knew these things were coming, and you just watched." Dr. Aris interjected, his voice calm. "It's not that simple, Ranger. These ingress points are extremely volatile. Any direct intervention, any attempt to close them prematurely, risks catastrophic instability, potentially a dimensional cascade event. Our primary directive is to monitor, understand, and then only when we have sufficient data to attempt a surgical closure. Premature action could doom us all." "So you let them come through," I said, shaking my head in disbelief. "You let them start killing everything." "A necessary evil, Miller," Rostova said, her voice firm. "Sometimes, to win the war, you have to let them fight a battle on your ground. It allows us to gather crucial intelligence on their physiology, their tactics, their vulnerabilities. And as you've seen, our weapons, while effective, are not limitless. Every plasma burst drains power, every energy shield consumes resources. We can't afford to be fighting blind. Her gaze, intense and unblinking, fixed on me, and your experience has provided us with invaluable real-time data, direct interaction with an EIE, and escape from a Type 2 aggressive. It's rare, especially for an unaugmented civilian. There was that word again. What does unaugmented mean? I demanded. Dr. Aris pulled up a holographic display on his wrist-mounted device. It showed a complex diagram of the human circulatory and nervous systems, overlaid with glowing nodes and pathways. It refers to the fact that you haven't undergone any genetic or cybernetic enhancements to improve your physical capabilities, sensory perception, or resilience to anomalous energy fields. Our field operatives, like Commander Rostova and myself, have all been through an extensive augmentation program. It allows us to operate in environments where standard human physiology would simply fail, and to better withstand the unique physiological and psychological stresses of this work. I stared at the diagram, then at my own bleeding arm, then at the commander's calm, almost serene face. It was too much to take in. Transdimensional aliens, secret government agencies, enhanced super soldiers. My world, the simple, predictable world of a park ranger, had shattered into a million impossible pieces. You saw the primary entity, Rostova continued, her eyes still assessing me. The one that melted into the distortion. What was your assessment of its capabilities? I tried to recall the terrifying sight, pushing past the adrenaline and fear. It was huge, massive, but indistinct, shifting. It seemed to twist the trees around it just by moving, and it faded back into the distortion after I hit it with the flare. A Type 5 manifestation, Dr. Aris muttered, making a note on his device. Dimensional anchor point, and the flare that's highly unusual. A focused thermal reaction. Very interesting. Most conventional weapons have no effect on Type 5s. My pistol didn't even scratch the other one, I said, remembering the sickening thud of the bullets on its hide. Standard ballistic rounds are largely ineffective, Rostova confirmed. Their hides are composed of anomalous biomatter, highly resistant to kinetic impacts. Plasma, however, destabilizes their molecular structure. It's our most reliable deterrent. The craft shuddered, and a voice, cool and professional, came over an internal comm system. Commander Rostova, we're approaching the secondary staging area, designated Eagle-S Nest. ETA 5 minutes. All systems nominal. Understood, Harrier, Rostova replied. She turned back to me. Miller, when we land, you'll undergo a full diagnostic and decontamination, then a thorough debriefing. I won't lie to you, your life, as you know it, is over. You've become an integral part of this operation, whether you like it or not. We cannot allow you to leave with the knowledge you possess. The word contain echoed in my mind. It didn't sound like a suggestion. Are you saying I'm a prisoner? I asked, my voice tight with a sudden surge of renewed fear. Rostova's gaze was unflinching. You're a protected witness, Ranger Miller, an invaluable asset. The truth about these EIEs, about Section 7, is classified at the highest levels. The public, the world, cannot know. The panic, the chaos, it would be catastrophic. We operate in the shadows for a reason. And what about my wife, Sarah, my family? My voice cracked. A flicker of something, perhaps sympathy, crossed Rostova's face, quickly masked. We have protocols for this. Your identity, your existence, will be discreetly erased from official records. Your family will be informed of a tragic accident, a hiking mishap, an unfortunate incident in the line of duty. It will be clean, painless for them. My blood ran cold. You'll kill me. No, Miller, she said, almost gently. We'll give you a new life, a new identity, and a purpose, one that matters more than anything you've ever done before. She paused, then added, You've seen what's coming, Ranger. You've seen what they can do. We need people like you, people who have witnessed the impossible and survived, people who understand what's at stake. I looked around the craft, at the grim faces of the tactical team, at Dr. Eris, meticulously logging data. They were all part of this secret world, living lives of constant danger and impossible truths. And now I was one of them. The choice, if it had ever truly been a choice, was gone. The craft began its descent, the humming deepening, a low vibration shaking the deck. Through the viewport, I could see a vast, hidden complex carved into the side of a mountain, its entrance camouflaged by a seemingly natural rock face. Futuristic landing pads glowed blue, and other sleek black craft, similar to ours, were parked on them. This was no temporary staging area. This was a permanent, formidable base. Welcome, Ranger Miller, Rostova said, a chilling finality in her tone, to Section 7. The Harrier craft settled onto one of the landing pads with a soft thud. As soon as it touched down, the ramps deployed again, and a new team of similarly clad personnel, but wearing medical and scientific insignia, rushed forward. Two of them immediately approached me, their faces masked, holding bioscanners that hummed softly. Ranger Miller will undergo immediate level 4 decontamination and full physiological assessment, Rostova instructed them. Prioritize cellular regeneration on the arm and a full neurological scan for anomalous energy residue. The medical personnel nodded, their movements precise and efficient. They guided me off the craft, and I stepped onto solid ground again, though it was now the cold, hard, artificial ground of a hidden facility. The air, surprisingly, felt cleaner here, devoid of the ozone and metallic tang that had clung to me for hours. The environment was sterile, stark, a labyrinth of gleaming metal corridors and flickering holographic displays. Other operatives, some in tactical gear, others in lab coats, moved purposefully through the complex, their faces serious. There was a constant, low hum of machinery, a pervasive sense of urgency and readiness. I was led into a small, sterile room. It was stark white, with a single chair in the center and a wall of transparent screens. The two medical personnel, along with a scientist in a lab coat, began their work. They stripped me of my torn clothes, which were immediately put into a sealed biohazard bag. The indignity of it barely registered. My mind was still reeling from the day's events, from the complete upending of my reality. They led me into a decontamination chamber, a small cubicle where jets of cool, ionized air and specialized liquids sprayed over my body. The sensation was oddly cleansing, stripping away not just the grime of the forest, but also the lingering, unsettling energy that had permeated my skin. As I emerged, I was given a simple, clean, gray jumpsuit. Back in the sterile room, they began a battery of tests. Electrodes were placed on my head, sensors attached to my chest and limbs. My injured arm was carefully examined, photographed, and then bathed in a soft blue light emanating from a hovering device. The warmth that spread through the wound was intensely soothing, and I could actually feel the tingling sensation of my cells knitting back together, the pain rapidly receding. It was miraculous. The cellular regeneration process will expedite healing by a factor of 10, the scientist, a quiet woman with sharp, intelligent eyes, explained. Within 24 hours, the wound will be fully closed, though scarring may remain. We'll monitor for any latent EIE contamination. They took blood samples, ran complex scans, and asked me a series of detailed questions about my encounter. Every twitch, every sound, every detail I could remember about the creatures, the portal, and the subsequent chase was meticulously recorded. My memories were no longer just my own, they were data points in a terrifying war. Hours blurred into a single, overwhelming stream of information and procedures. I was fed a nutrient paste that tasted bland but was surprisingly filling. I was given a mild sedative to help me sleep, though my mind was still racing. Even in the artificial calm of the base, the metallic tang, the memory of the chittering, and the pervasive thrum echoed in my head. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I was led to a small, Spartan room. It had a bed, a desk, and a viewport that looked out onto an underground cavern, brightly lit, filled with more equipment and the silent, purposeful movement of personnel. It was a comfortable prison. "Rest, Ranger Miller," Dr. Aris said, his voice softer now. "You've had quite a day. Commander Rostova will begin your formal debriefing and integration process tomorrow." He paused at the door. "It's a lot to take in, I know, but you're safe here, and you're not alone anymore." He closed the door, and I was left in silence, alone with my thoughts. I lay on the bed, staring at the sterile ceiling, my mind a maelstrom of fear, confusion, and a strange, dawning sense of purpose. My old life was gone, vaporized as cleanly as a plasma bolt hitting an EIE. My future was now inextricably linked to this secret war, to these impossible aliens, to Section 7. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful, filled with nightmares of multifaceted eyes, snapping talons, and the deafening thrum of a world unraveling. The next morning I woke to a gentle chime. My arm, to my astonishment, felt almost completely healed, a faint, smooth scar the only evidence of the horrific injury. The sedative had worn off, and my mind felt clearer, sharper, ready to face whatever came next. A synthetic voice announced, "Ranger Miller, please proceed to briefing room Alpha for Commander Rostova. Your breakfast will be delivered there." I dressed in the gray jumpsuit, which felt strangely comfortable, and followed the illuminated directional arrows on the floor. The corridors of Section 7 were still a bewildering maze, but I found my way to briefing room Alpha. Commander Rostova was already there, seated at a holographic table. Dr. Aris stood beside her, examining a shifting, three-dimensional map of the Cascade Ridge area. My breakfast, a small tray with more nutrient paste and a glass of water, sat on the table. "Good morning, Miller," Rostova said, without looking up from the map. Her voice was brisk, all business. "Sleep well." "As well as can be expected," I replied, taking a seat. The nutrient paste still tasted bland, but I ate it. My body craved sustenance after the ordeal. "Good," she acknowledged. "Let's get straight to it. We need to fully integrate you into Section 7 operations. That starts with understanding our mission parameters, the nature of the threat, and your role within it." She gestured, and the holographic table shifted. The 3D map of the park dissolved, replaced by a complex schematic of various EIE types, their observed behaviors, and their vulnerabilities. "As Dr. Aris explained," she began, "EIEs are extraterrestrial entities originating from a parallel dimension. We've identified 6 primary classifications based on their manifestation and threat level. What you encountered at the lookout was a Type 2 aggressor, a common scout and skirmisher unit. Its physiology is characterized by extreme resilience, multi-jointed limbs for agility, and a rudimentary hive mind intelligence. They hunt in packs, communicate through chittering and bioluminescence, and their primary threat comes from their physical strength and their unique talons, which cause accelerated tissue decay. She paused, looking at my arm, a silent acknowledgement of my injury. The larger, indistinct entity you observed near the ingress point was a Type 5 manifestation. These are dimensional anchors, far more powerful and less physically stable. They can warp local reality, causing the environmental changes you observed, the twisted trees, the accelerated decay, the localized energy absorption. They are extremely difficult to engage directly and are typically the target of specialized containment teams. And the portal itself, I asked. Dr. Aris chimed in. The ingress point is a localized spacetime anomaly. We've detected similar events worldwide for the past 2 decades, though their frequency has dramatically increased in the last 5 years. Each event is unique, but they all share common characteristics: an increase in ambient anomalous energy, localized magnetic field disruptions, and the manifestation of these EIEs. Our research suggests that the EIEs themselves are actively seeking new dimensions, new ecosystems to colonize and exploit. They are, in essence, an advanced, interdimensional invasive species. Colonize and exploit, I repeated, the implications chilling. Their method of resource acquisition is insidious, Ristova explained. They don't just consume, they parasiticize. The fungal growth you observed, Miller, the iridescent violet variety, is their primary biological vector. It's an extremophile capable of rapid growth in anomalous energy fields, and it acts as a conduit siphoning bioelectrical energy from host organisms and the environment itself. The desiccated deer you found were victims of this process. The fungi slowly drain the life force, leaving behind husks. That energy, we believe, is then channeled back to the ingress point, potentially to expand it, or to fuel the emergence of more EIEs, or even to sustain their own dimension. My stomach churned. So they're going to turn the whole world into a dried-out husk. That is the ultimate objective, yes, Ristova said grimly. If left unchecked, they would, which brings us to Section 7. We are a joint international task force, operating under a global mandate to detect, contain, and ultimately neutralize these threats. Our primary focus is on protecting humanity by preventing full-scale EIE incursions and maintaining global secrecy at all costs. Global secrecy, I scoffed. People have a right to know about this. Ristova's gaze was hard. No, Miller, they don't. Not yet. Imagine the chaos if this information went public. Mass panic, societal collapse, governments falling. We can't afford that. We need a stable world to fight this war. So we fight in the shadows. We are the shield against the impossible and the custodians of a terrible truth. She leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly, becoming more personal. Your situation is unique. You've witnessed the impossible, survived direct contact, and you possess a valuable skill set. You know those woods better than anyone. Your tracking abilities, your knowledge of the terrain, your innate survival instincts, these are invaluable to us. We're offering you a choice, Miller, though I concede it's not much of one. You can either be reintegrated into society with a new identity, a blank slate, and no memory of any of this. Or you can join us, become part of Section 7, help us fight this. A new identity, no memories, a life of blissful ignorance while the world slowly withered around me, or a life of constant danger, fighting unimaginable horrors, living in the shadows. The choice was clear. I couldn't unsee what I had seen. I couldn't unknow what I now knew. I want to fight, I said, my voice firm, resolute. I want to help. My park, it's being destroyed. I can't just walk away. A ghost of a smile touched Ristova's lips. Good, I expected nothing less. Welcome to Section 7, Robert Miller. She paused. From now on, you'll be designated Ranger. It suits you. So what's my role? I asked. Initially, you'll be assigned to Dr. Eris's xenobiology team, Ristova explained. Your intimate knowledge of the Whispering Pines sector and your direct observations of EIE behaviors make you an ideal candidate for reconnaissance and tracking. We need to map their spread, identify their patterns, and locate any new secondary ingress points they might be creating. Doctor. Eris will be preparing you for advanced field operations, including familiarization with our equipment, basic combat protocols, and resistance training for anomalous energy exposure. Dr. Eris stepped forward, a serious but almost paternal look on his face. We'll start with the basics, Ranger. Your instincts are excellent, but you'll need to adapt to our technology and methodology. Our equipment is designed to counter their unique abilities. Your first priority will be mastering our EIE field scanner and basic plasma rifle operation. Over the next few days and weeks, my life became a blur of intense training and overwhelming information. The base, Eagle's Nest, was a hive of activity. I learned about their energy systems, their advanced materials, their stealth technology. I was introduced to the complex hierarchy of Section 7, a global network of hidden facilities and highly specialized operatives. I spent hours in holographic simulations, practicing target acquisition against incredibly realistic EIE projections. The plasma rifle, a sleek, compact weapon, felt light and powerful in my hands. Its blue energy bolts were devastatingly effective against the simulated creatures, far more satisfying than the futile thud of my .45. Doctor. Eris patiently taught me how to read the complex data streams from the EIE field scanner, how to track their anomalous energy signatures, how to predict their movements based on observed patterns. I also underwent intense physical conditioning. My body, already fit from years of outdoor work, was pushed to its limits and beyond. Specialized trainers, themselves augmented, taught me advanced wilderness survival techniques, stealth movement in compromised zones, and close-quarters combat against EIEs, not with brute force, but with precision and exploiting their known vulnerabilities. My arm, thanks to their medical tech, healed completely within a week, leaving not even a scar. But the memories of the talons, of the raw fear, remained etched in my mind. During my downtime, I often found myself staring out the viewport in my room, watching the other operatives move through the cavernous underground facility. They were a strange mix of soldiers and scientists, all dedicated, all carrying the burden of their secret war. I saw Commander Ristova often, always moving with purpose, always radiating an aura of unwavering authority. I still harbored a mix of resentment and grudging respect for her. She had taken my old life, but she had also given me a chance to fight back. One evening, Dr. Eris found me in the rec room, a surprisingly normal space with comfortable chairs and a small library, though the books were mostly scientific texts on xenobiology and advanced physics. "How are you adjusting, Robert?" he asked, taking a seat opposite me. He rarely used my full name. "It's a lot," I admitted, my head still spinning. The world I knew, it just doesn't exist anymore. "Few of us here can truly relate to that," Eris said, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Most of us were recruited young, trained from an early age for this. Our old lives were always secondary. You, however, had a full, rich life before this. It's a heavier burden to bear." What about you, Dr. Eris? I asked. What was your old life? He smiled faintly. I was a theoretical physicist, specializing in quantum mechanics and interdimensional theory. A quiet life, mostly confined to lecture halls and research labs. Then the first major ingress event occurred, and my theories became terrifyingly real. Section 7 came knocking, and here I am. He gestured around the base. From blackboard equations to battlefield diagnostics, a bit of a career change. So you believe in all this, the parallel dimensions, the parasitic colonization. Believe isn't the right word, Robert, he corrected. I know, the data is irrefutable. Every EIE, every ingress point, every environmental shift, it all points to the same inescapable conclusion. This is real, and it's a threat to everything we hold dear. He paused, then looked at me, his eyes serious. You're doing well, you know. Your aptitude for our tech is surprisingly high, and your field observations, they've already proven invaluable. We're deploying a containment team to your old sector tomorrow morning. Your intel has allowed us to develop a more precise strategy. I'm going with them, I stated, not a question. Eris nodded. Yes, Commander Rostova has approved it. You'll be attached to my reconnaissance unit. Your mission will be to guide us to the primary ingress point, identify any secondary EIE concentrations, and confirm the spread of the fungal vector. It's dangerous work, but your knowledge of that terrain is critical. A surge of mixed emotions went through me. Fear, yes, but also a grim satisfaction. I was going back to my park, to fight. The next morning, the mission briefing was concise and intense. Commander Rostova stood before a holographic map of the Whispering Pines sector, overlaid with pulsating red zones indicating EIE energy signatures. Dr. Eris stood beside her, his face grave. Team Bravo, led by Dr. Eris, will consist of Ranger Miller and 2 tactical specialists, Corporal Yena Viper, Khan, and Sergeant Marcus Bull Thorn. Rostova began, her voice calm and authoritative. Your objective is reconnaissance and advanced threat assessment. Ranger Miller will guide you to the primary ingress point. Dr. Eris will use the long-range energy scanner to map EIE concentrations and fungal spread. Viper and Bull will provide tactical support and perimeter security. She looked directly at me. Ranger, your knowledge of the terrain is paramount. Your primary weapon will be the plasma rifle. You'll also carry a full field kit, including specialized EIE countermeasures and a personal comms unit. Your comms will be integrated with the main channel, and you will report all observations directly to Dr. Eris, who will relay to command. Understood, Commander, I replied, my voice steady. Corporal Khan was a slender woman, but her movements were sharp, precise, and her eyes held a fierce intelligence. Sergeant Thorne was a powerfully built man, a quiet giant who exuded an air of calm strength. Both were clearly highly augmented, their bodies radiating a subtle, almost imperceptible aura of controlled power. They were the kind of people you wanted at your back in a fight. Remember, Rostova concluded, her gaze sweeping over the team. This is. The Harrier transport was smaller than the one that had picked me up, a sleek black teardrop designed for rapid insertion and extraction. Inside, it was cramped but efficient, the air thrumming with the familiar low hum of its engines. Corporal Khan and Sergeant Thorne sat opposite me, checking their gear with quiet precision. Khan, or Viper as Rostova had called her, had a focused intensity in her eyes, constantly sweeping her gaze over the craft's interior, then at me. Thorn Bull was a rock of quiet strength, methodically running diagnostics on a heavy energy shield strapped to his arm. Dr. Eris sat next to me, his EIE field scanner already active, its screen displaying a constant stream of cryptic data. "All right, Ranger," Eris said, adjusting a sensor on his helmet. "We're making good time. The primary ingress point is still active, but contained for now. Our objective is to get eyes on its current state, assess the surrounding EIE activity, and confirm the fungal vector's expansion." I nodded, my grip tightening on the plasma rifle resting on my lap. It felt heavier than the simulator, but also more real. The cool metal against my palms was a grounding sensation. "We'll drop about 3 miles from the ingress point," Viper interjected, her voice crisp and efficient. "Standard insertion protocol. We move in fast, use the Ranger's knowledge of the terrain to skirt known EIE patrol routes, get our data, and get out. Any deviation from the plan must be approved by Dr. Eris or myself." Her eyes, sharp and intelligent, met mine, a silent challenge in their depths. "Understood, Corporal," I replied, my voice steady. I could feel the tension, the unspoken doubt about my capabilities as a civilian, but I wouldn't let it show. Bull gave a grunt of acknowledgement, a silent reassurance that spoke volumes. He was a man of few words, but his presence radiated a quiet confidence that was strangely comforting. The craft began its descent, the hum deepening, the world outside becoming a blur of dark green. A digital countdown appeared on the internal comms display, insertion in 60 seconds. My heart pounded, a primal drumbeat against my ribs. I was going back to the forest that had almost claimed my life, the forest that was now a battlefield. This time, I wasn't alone. The Harrier touched down with barely a tremor, its ramps deploying silently. A blast of cold, damp air, carrying the scent of pine and something else, something subtly wrong, filled the craft. "Go, go, go," Eris commanded, his voice urgent. We moved fast, a practiced blur of motion. Eris and I were in the middle, flanked by Viper and Bull. Their augmented bodies moved with an effortless grace, gliding over uneven terrain that would have tripped me up a few days ago. My own training kicked in, my movements more fluid, more precise than I remembered. The plasma rifle felt less like a foreign object and more like an extension of my arm. We immediately plunged into the dense forest. The silence was still there, the profound, unnatural quiet that spoke of an absence of natural life. The air was heavy, the light dim and bruised, even though it was late morning. And the thrum was back, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the earth, felt deep in my chest. "Ambient anomalous energy levels are high," Dr. Eris murmured, his eyes fixed on his scanner. "Consistent with continued EIE activity. Ranger, lead us through the Whispering Creek route. It should provide maximum concealment." "Copy that," I replied, taking the lead. My knowledge of the terrain was indeed paramount here. Every dip, every rise, every ancient cedar, every cluster of ferns was etched into my memory. I navigated instinctively, pushing through familiar thickets that now felt subtly alien, the ground underfoot spongy and strangely yielding in places. We moved in a tactical formation, plasma rifles at the ready. Viper and Bull were shadows, their movements silent, their senses preternaturally sharp. I could almost feel their gaze sweeping the surroundings, constantly monitoring for threats. After about 20 minutes of brisk movement, we entered a section of the forest I remembered well, a dense stand of ancient firs that rarely saw direct sunlight. Here, the ground was even softer, and the eerie violet fungi was more pervasive. It pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow clinging to tree trunks, sprouting from the damp earth, consuming fallen logs. The metallic ozone scent was stronger here, mingling with the earthy smell of decay. Confirmation of fungal vector proliferation, Eris whispered, his scanner beeping softly. It's spreading much faster than projected. The bioelectrical siphon is at critical levels here. Just then Viper stopped dead, raising a clenched fist. We froze. Movement, she hissed, her voice barely audible. 3 o'clock, 40 yards, Type 2 aggressor, single entity. I strained my eyes, peering into the gloom. My enhanced senses, part of my Section 7 training, picked up on a subtle shimmer in the air, a disruption of the light that was almost invisible. Then a dark, angular shape resolved itself from the shadows. A Type 2 aggressor, identical to the one that had attacked me in the lookout. Its multifaceted eyes glowed faintly, and its chittering was a low, almost purring sound. It was patrolling, moving with that unsettling, jerky grace. It's heading for the creek bed, I whispered, recalling the creature's likely path. If we move parallel to it now, we can stay out of its line of sight. Eris nodded. Good call, Ranger. Viper, Bull, maintain visual. Robert, continue leading, but keep us concealed. We moved with extreme caution, weaving through the undergrowth, staying just out of the creature's peripheral vision. The experience was terrifyingly familiar, yet utterly different. This time, I had a weapon that could actually hurt it, and a team of hardened operatives backing me up. The EIE passed, its chittering fading into the pervasive hum. We continued our advance, deeper into the compromised territory. The forest grew more and more twisted, the trees more gnarled, their bark covered in the violet fungi, their leaves a sickly brown. The ground was uneven, churned, and the air crackled with a palpable, unseen energy. We're getting close to the ingress point, Eris murmured, his scanner's readings intensifying. High concentration of anomalous energy. EIE signatures are dense. Suddenly, Bull raised his plasma rifle, pointing ahead. Contact, multiple hostiles. They're converging on something. We crept forward to a vantage point, a small rise overlooking a particularly dense hollow. What we saw made my blood run cold. The ingress point was larger, more active than I had remembered. It pulsed with an even more vibrant, violent violet light, swirling like a cosmic drain. And around it, not dozens, but hundreds of EIEs were gathered. They were a terrifying, undulating mass of chittering, dark forms, a nightmare made manifest. They weren't just standing there. They were engaged in a grotesque ritual. Smaller, larval EIEs, the almost indistinct, shifting forms I'd glimpsed before, were being dragged towards the shimmering portal by larger Type 2 aggressors. The larval forms were then forced into the swirling energy, dissolving into it with a final, desperate twitch. They're sacrificing them, Dr. Eris breathed, his voice filled with a mixture of horror and scientific fascination. They're fueling the ingress point. These smaller, nascent forms, they're being consumed to expand the tier. My stomach churned. This wasn't just an invasion. It was an active, evolving threat. They weren't waiting for the portal to expand naturally. They were forcing it. And the fungal vector, Viper added, her voice tight. Look at the trees closest to the ingress point. They're completely covered, almost skeletal. The energy siphon is total. Indeed, the ancient firs around the portal were ghastly monuments to destruction, stripped bare of all life, their branches like bony fingers reaching towards the bruised sky. The ground was a black, sterile wasteland, covered in a thick carpet of the glowing violet fungi. We need to get closer, Eris insisted, his eyes glued to his scanner. I need precise readings on the energy fluctuations. This is unprecedented. Too risky, Dr. Eris, Viper countered, her rifle still trained on the mass of EIEs. That's a full hive congregation. We'd be overwhelmed in seconds. But the data, Corporal, we could learn how to destabilize it, how to reverse the expansion. This is our chance. Just then, a new sound erupted from the mass of EIEs. A deep, resonant groan, a sound of pure power that vibrated through the very bedrock. The swirling violet light of the ingress point intensified, flaring outwards. And from its depths, something new began to emerge. It was colossal, easily 3 times the size of the Type 5 manifestation I'd seen before. Its form was even less distinct, a shifting, undulating mass of shadow and raw energy, barely constrained by the laws of physics. It pulsed with an internal violet light, and as it slowly, inexorably pulled itself from the portal, the surrounding trees, already withered, simply collapsed, crumpling into dust. The ground buckled, and a wave of pure, anomalous energy washed over us. My comms unit shrieked with feedback. My plasma rifle felt like it was humming, vibrating in my hands. The thrum beneath the earth intensified into a deafening roar. My head throbbed, my vision blurred. I felt an intense pressure, like being crushed from all sides. Type 6 abomination, Dr. Eris gasped, his voice strained, his scanner crackling wildly. Unstable, massive energy signature. It's a primary vector entity, a progenitor. The other EIEs, the hundreds of Type 2 aggressors, reacted with an almost reverent chittering, a unified chorus that spoke of absolute subservience. They spread out, creating a wider perimeter around the emerging Leviathan, their bodies radiating a furious, protective energy. New objective, Viper barked, her voice cutting through the ringing in my ears. We are not engaging, we are extracting. Dr. Eris, get your data, and be ready to move the second I say so. The sheer scale of the emerging EIE was terrifying. It wasn't just large, it was a force of nature, a living, breathing anomaly. Its mere presence was tearing reality apart. Dr. Eris, despite the danger, was frantically working his scanner, his fingers flying over the controls. Data acquisition critical, almost there, almost there. As the Type 6 continued its monstrous emergence, a new wave of energy emanated from it, a focused burst that felt like a physical blow. The trees around us groaned, some of them snapping in half. The ground vibrated so violently I almost lost my footing. That's enough, Doctor, Viper yelled, her voice urgent. We're exposed. Viper to command. We have a confirmed Type 6 emergence at Whispering Pines, full-scale ingress, requesting immediate support and strategic redeployment of all available units. Static crackled in response. Command, this is Viper, do you copy? Only static. The Type 6 was interfering with their comms. Comms are jammed, Eris shouted over the roar of the emerging EIE. Massive M interference. Damn it, Viper cursed. All right, new plan. We move back to the rendezvous point. Bull, provide cover. Ranger, lead the way. Eris, keep logging data, but move. We turned to retreat, but it was already too late. The EIEs, agitated by the emergence of their progenitor, had noticed us. Their chittering escalated into a furious, unified shriek. From all sides, dozens of Type 2 aggressors were breaking off from the main congregation, surging towards our position, their multifaceted eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Contact all sides, Bull roared, unleashing a sweeping torrent of plasma from his rifle. The blue energy cut through the advancing ranks, sending several creatures reeling, shrieking in agony. but there were too many. Viper opened fire, her plasma rifle a precise, deadly instrument, picking off creatures that tried to flank us. Fall back, fall back. I fired my own plasma rifle, the satisfying thud of the energy bolts impacting against the EIEs, providing a momentary burst of adrenaline. Two of them staggered, their bodies smoking, giving us a precious few seconds. We retreated, moving fast through the increasingly twisted forest, the ground spongy and treacherous. The constant thrum from the Type 6, still emerging from the portal, was a deafening roar, a relentless bass note of pure terror. "This way," I yelled, pushing through a dense thicket of thorny bushes, recalling a narrow deer trail that led to a rock overhang. It wouldn't give us much cover, but it was better than being caught in the open. We scrambled over fallen logs, ducked under low-hanging branches, the EIEs hot on our heels. Their chittering was a terrifying symphony of pursuit, growing louder, closer. I could feel the ground trembling under their heavy, thudding footsteps. We reached the rock overhang, a shallow cave-like depression in the side of a small cliff face. Bull immediately turned, his massive frame blocking the entrance, his plasma rifle spitting blue death. Viper took a position on his flank, covering the approach, her movements economical and deadly. Dr. Eris, his scanner still active, hunkered down, firing precise bursts over Bull's shoulder. I joined the firing line, aiming for the heads and chests of the advancing creatures. The plasma rifle was devastatingly effective, each bolt leaving a smoking, cauterized wound. But for every one we dropped, two more seemed to take its place. They were relentless, a seemingly endless tide of alien horror. "They're too many," Viper gasped, her breathing labored, her plasma rifle briefly overheating. "We need to consolidate. Bull, deploy suppression field." "On it," Bull grunted. He reached to his back, unholstering a large, cylindrical device. With a practiced motion, he slammed it onto the ground in front of him. It immediately whirred to life, emitting a shimmering, almost invisible dome of energy that pulsed with a faint violet light. As the EIEs hit the field, they recoiled with agitated shrieks, their chittering turning into a frustrated hiss. The field didn't stop them completely, but it slowed them, disoriented them, making them hesitate. Their movements became jerky, less coordinated. "Temporal displacement field," Eris explained, his voice strained, "disrupts their unique physiology, slows their perceived time. It'll buy us a few minutes, but it won't hold indefinitely." The relief was immediate, but temporary. The EIEs, though slowed, were still pressing against the field, their talons scraping against the shimmering barrier, trying to find a weakness. Their chittering grew into a frenzied, maddening din. "Command, this is Viper," she tried again, her comms still spitting static. "We are pinned down, heavy EIE pressure, requesting immediate support, over." No response, we were on our own. "All right, new plan," Viper said, her voice grim. "Dr. Eris, what's your comms range with the suppression field active?" Eris fiddled with his scanner. "Minimal, maybe a mile, 2 at best, directly line of sight, but the Type 6 is radiating too much interference. No signal is getting out." Viper slammed a fist against the rock wall. "Damn it, we're in a black hole. Ranger, where's the highest point within that 2-mile radius, with a clear line of sight back to the base?" I immediately knew. The old Cascade Ridge lookout, about 1.5 miles as the crow flies from here, but it's a steep climb, and it's compromised. I had to abandon it. Viper's eyes flickered. "Compromised how?" "A Type 2 aggressor broke through the floor," I explained quickly. I had to use a flare gun to escape. The flare gun, Eris gasped. That's what caused the localized thermal spike. Fascinating. Viper ignored him. If the structure is still mostly intact, it might give us enough elevation to punch through the interference. It's our best bet for calling for an extraction. Bull, how long can that field hold? Maybe 10 minutes, max, under this pressure, he grunted, firing a burst at a particularly aggressive EIE that was trying to force its way through the field. 10 minutes, that's all we've got, Viper said. All right, Eris Miller, get ready. We're making a break for the lookout. Bull, maintain the field as long as possible, then fall back on our position. We'll cover your retreat. Bull nodded, his face a mask of grim determination. Understood, Commander. Corporal, I corrected her. I'm a corporal. Not anymore, Thorn, she replied, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips. You just volunteered for a suicide hold. That makes you a sergeant, at least in my book. Now hold that line. Sergeant Thorn gave a curt nod, his eyes fixed on the encroaching EIEs. All right, Ranger, Viper turned to me. Lead the way. Dr. Aris, stay tight. We move on my signal. My heart was in my throat, but my resolve hardened. The lookout, the place where my world had fallen apart, now my only hope. On my mark, Viper shouted. 3, 2, 1, move. We burst from the overhang, leaving Sergeant Thorn to face the onslaught alone. My feet pounded against the spongy earth as I sprinted through the undergrowth, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Dr. Aris was right behind me, his scanner still active, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Viper was a whirlwind of motion, covering our rear, her plasma rifle spitting fire. The EIEs reacted immediately, their chittering intensifying. A fresh wave of them broke through the temporal displacement field, surging after us, bypassing the valiant Sergeant Thorn, who continued to lay down suppressing fire. They're flanking, Viper yelled, unleashing a volley of plasma that momentarily cleared a path. Stay focused, Ranger, don't look back. I didn't. My eyes were fixed on the path ahead, on the steepest, most direct route to the lookout. Every root, every stone, every shift in elevation was a familiar obstacle, now a life-saving detail. We climbed relentlessly, the air growing thinner, my lungs burning. The thrum from the Type 6 was still a constant, terrifying presence, echoing through the mountain. The ozone scent was overwhelming. We could hear the sounds of combat behind us, the incessant thudding of EIEs, the crackle of plasma fire, and Sergeant Thorn's occasional guttural roar. He was buying us time, at immense cost. Suddenly, Dr. Aris stumbled, tripping over a gnarled root. He fell, his scanner clattering to the ground, its screen flickering wildly. Aris, Viper yelled, spinning around. Before she could reach him, a Type 2 aggressor, faster and more agile than the others, burst from the shadows. It lunged at the fallen scientist, its talons extended, its multifaceted eyes gleaming. I didn't think, I reacted. I spun, raising my plasma rifle, and unleashed a full burst. The blue energy slammed into the creature's chest, sending it careening backwards, shrieking in agony. It hit a tree, its body convulsing, smoking. Aris scrambled back to his feet, grabbing his scanner, his face pale. Thanks, Ranger, close one. Don't thank me yet, I gasped, already moving again. We're not out of this. Viper gave me a quick, approving nod. Good kill, Miller. Keep moving. We pressed on, the sounds of pursuit growing closer again. The the lookout tower, a faint glint of metal through the trees, was agonizingly slow to appear. Finally, we burst out onto the rocky approach to the tower. The steps, the same ones I had scrambled up in terror days ago, loomed before us. Go, 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 Viper urged. Eris comms, Miller cover. I took the rear, firing controlled bursts at the EIEs that were now pouring from the tree line, their chittering a deafening roar. Eris, meanwhile, was frantically adjusting his scanner, trying to punch through the interference. We reached the top platform, the heavy metal door to the lookout cabin, mangled from my previous encounter, still hung precariously on its hinges. Inside, Viper yelled, kicking the door open. We stumbled in, the cabin interior a scene of devastation. Shards of glass littered the floor, splintered wood hung from the walls. The hole in the floor, where the Type 2 had burst through, was a gaping maw. The air still carried the faint stench of burnt flesh and ozone. Eris immediately went to the radio console, bypassing the damaged comms, and plugged a cable from his scanner directly into the tower's long-range antenna, trying to establish a hardline comms link. Standby. Viper and I took defensive positions, plasma rifles trained on the shattered window and the gaping hole in the floor. The chittering from below was already intensifying, echoing through the hollow metal structure. They were climbing. Bull report, Viper shouted into her comms. Only static. A wave of dread washed over me. Sergeant Thorne. He'd bought us time, but at what cost? Eris status, Viper demanded, her voice tight. Almost there, just need a clean signal, he muttered, his fingers flying over his console. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed from below. The hole in the floor shuddered. Then a clawed hand, impossibly long, burst through, tearing at the remaining metal. Contact below deck, I yelled, unleashing a volley of plasma into the hole. The creature shrieked, recoiling. Viper opened fire through the shattered window, engaging EIEs that were swarming up the tower's exterior, their bodies clinging to the metal struts like grotesque insects. The fight was intense, desperate. We were 2 against dozens, maybe hundreds. The cabin groaned and shuddered under the assault. The air crackled with energy, the smell of ozone and burnt metal choking us. Then a miracle. I'm through, Dr. Eris yelled, his face illuminated by a sudden green glow from his scanner. Command, this is Eris. We have a confirmed Type 6 emergence at Whispering Pines. Full-scale ingress underway. We are pinned down at Lookout Delta 7. Sergeant Thorne is MIA, presumed KIA, requesting immediate extraction and heavy air support. Over. A voice, crisp and clear, came through the comms. Eris, this is command. Understood. Extracting all available units. Harrier assets are being diverted. ETA 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It felt like an eternity. 20 minutes, Viper roared, sending a concentrated blast through the window that vaporized a creature clinging to the tower. We won't last 5. We have to, Eris said grimly, pulling a small, glowing device from his kit. This is a localized energy pulse emitter. It'll generate a temporary, concentrated disruptive field. It might buy us a little more time, but it'll drain fast. He activated it, and a small, flickering blue dome enveloped our immediate area, causing the EIEs to shriek and recoil from the tower. The temporary respite was a welcome relief, but we knew it wouldn't last. The EIEs below continued to chitter furiously, battering against the base of the tower. They were learning, adapting. Ranger, cover that window, Dr. Eris, keep eyes on the ingress point from here. Give me a real-time assessment of the Type 6, Viper commanded, her voice raw but determined. I peered through the shattered window, my plasma rifle at the ready. The sight below was apocalyptic. The EIEs were a vast, undulating sea of darkness converging on the tower. In the distance, the ingress point pulsed with a terrifying, malevolent light, and the Type 6 abomination was now almost fully emerged, its colossal, shifting form radiating raw, destructive power. The Type 6 is stable now, Eris reported, his voice filled with a morbid awe. Its form is solidifying, it's massive, and it's radiating a focused energy field. It's distorting spacetime around it. What does that mean? I asked, firing at an EIE that was trying to scale a support beam. It means, Eris replied, his voice grim, that it's actively making this dimension more hospitable for its species. It's terraforming, essentially, and it's expanding its influence. The fungal vector will follow. Our world is literally being turned into their world. The horrifying truth settled over me like a shroud. This wasn't just a battle, it was an existential war. The temporary energy field around the tower began to flicker, growing weaker. The chittering below intensified, and EIEs began to press against the weakened barrier. Field weakening, Eris shouted. It won't hold for another minute. Viper to command, she yelled into her comms. ETA, we are being overwhelmed. 20 minutes is too long. We need faster. We are losing Ranger Thorn. We are about to lose the tower. Command to Viper, the voice responded, its tone strained. Harrier assets are engaging new EIE concentrations at Sector Gamma. Heavy resistance. ETA revised to 15 minutes. Hold the line, Viper. You are our eyes on the ground for this Type 6. Critical intelligence. Do not fall. 15 minutes. It was a death sentence. All right, Miller Eris, Viper roared, her eyes blazing with defiance. We give them hell. Don't let them take this tower. Not on our watch. We opened fire, a desperate, furious barrage of blue plasma. The tower shook, groaned, and creaked under the combined assault of our weapons and the relentless EIEs. The stench of ozone and burnt flesh filled the air. My plasma rifle was growing hot in my hands, its power cell draining rapidly. I fought with a primal fury I didn't know I possessed, every shot precise, every movement economical. This wasn't just a mission anymore, it was personal. My park, my sanctuary, was being desecrated, consumed by these abominations, and I was going to fight for every inch of it. Suddenly, a massive EIE, larger than any I'd seen before, burst through the gaping hole in the floor, its multifaceted eyes glowing with an eerie violet light. It was a Type 2, but clearly a leader, its hide thicker, its talons longer. It shrieked, a piercing, guttural sound, and lunged directly at Dr. Eris. Viper tried to intercept, but she was pinned down by a fresh wave of EIEs swarming the windows. Eris, I yelled, turning my rifle. But it was too late. The EIE was too fast. Its talons ripped through Eris's side, a sickening, tearing sound. He cried out, collapsing, his scanner clattering to the floor. No, Viper screamed, unleashing a continuous stream of plasma that tore through the EIE, finally bringing it down. But the damage was done. I knelt beside Eris, his face contorted in pain, dark blood rapidly spreading across his gray jumpsuit. His eyes, though clouded, were still fixed on his fallen scanner. The data, Robert, he gasped, clutching my hand. It's critical. They need to know the Type 6. It's generating a localized dimensional resonance. It's opening secondary ingress points. Secondary ingress points, Viper yelled, her face pale with shock and rage. Where? Eris coughed, blood bubbling on his lips. They're spreading the network. Not just one portal, many. It's a slow burn invasion, a planetary infestation. His eyes rolled back, and his grip on my hand slackened. Eris, I cried, shaking him gently. He was gone. Viper landed beside me, her face grim. She checked his pulse, then shook her head slowly. Damn it, Eris, damn it all to hell. Her comms unit suddenly burst to life. Viper, this is Harrier 1. We are 5 mics out. Repeat, 5 mics. Engaging heavy air-to-ground EIEs. Hold the line, Viper. Harrier 1, we're losing the tower. Viper screamed into her comms, tears of frustration and grief mingling with the grime on her face. Dr. Eris is KIA. Sergeant Thorne is KIA. I repeat, Eris and Thorne are dead. We have critical intel on a full-scale EIE invasion, secondary ingress points, a planetary infestation. We need immediate extraction. Get us out of here. The comms went silent, save for the crackle of static. The EIEs were breaking through the weakened energy field, pouring into the tower's base, clambering up the supports. Their chittering was triumphant. They're coming, I yelled, raising my plasma rifle. My power cell was almost depleted, the indicator light a blinking red. Viper looked at me, her eyes filled with a terrifying resolve. All right, Ranger, you heard Eris. They need the data. You have the data. You saw everything. You're our last hope. She pointed to the emergency zip line anchor. Get to the zip line. Get out of here. I'll buy you what time I can. No, I protested. I'm not leaving you. That's an order, Ranger, she roared, her voice cracking with emotion. Someone has to get the intel out. Someone has to tell them. Get to the zip line. Go. She turned, her plasma rifle spitting its last few bursts of energy, engaging the creatures pouring into the cabin. Her movements, though weary, were still precise, deadly. She was a wall of defiance. I hesitated for a split second, my heart tearing. Leave her, leave them all, but the intel, the data, Eris's dying words, a full-scale invasion, secondary ingress points, planetary infestation. I had to get the truth out. I grabbed Eris's scanner, tucking it securely into my field kit. My plasma rifle was dead, useless. I dropped it, turning and sprinting towards the zip line anchor point. As I reached it, I could hear Viper's last, defiant cry, followed by a chorus of triumphant chittering. Then silence, a cold, heavy, final silence. A fresh wave of grief and rage washed over me, but I forced it down. No time. I fumbled with the harness, clipped it to the cable, my hands shaking. I pushed off, hurtling across the ravine, leaving the lookout tower, my comrades, and my old life behind. The wind rushed past me, a cold embrace. Below, in the depths of the ravine, the forest was a dark, heaving mass filled with chittering shadows. I landed hard against the ancient fir tree, pain flaring through my body. I unclipped the harness and dropped to the ground. My comms unit crackled to life, static-filled, but a faint voice was trying to break through. Anger, do you copy, Ranger Miller? This is Harrier 1. We have a lock on your position. 5 mics. We are coming in for extraction. Hold the line, Ranger. 5 minutes. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to put distance between myself and the tower, between me and the creatures. Eris's scanner was heavy in my kit, a cold, hard reminder of the stakes. The forest here was different, It wasn't just twisted, it was actively changing. The ground was oozing with violet fungi, spreading rapidly like a cancerous growth. The air was thick, heavy, laden with the metallic ozone stench, and the thrum was no longer just a hum. It was a rhythmic, powerful pulse, shaking the very ground beneath my feet. I looked up. The sky was no longer bruised purple. It was a swirling vortex of violet and black, pulsing with raw alien energy. And through the roiling clouds I could see them. More ingresses, smaller but visible, like open wounds on the sky, glowing with that terrible violet light. Secondary ingress points, a planetary infestation. Varys was right. They weren't just taking my park, they were taking the world. And I was the only one left, the last witness, the last messenger. I had to survive. I stumbled forward, my legs screaming, my lungs burning, fueled by a desperate, burning resolve. I looked back, just for a moment, at the distant lookout tower, a silent monument to the fallen. Then I turned and ran into the alien twilight, towards the promise of extraction, towards an uncertain future, carrying the weight of a world's terrible truth. The 5 minutes to extraction stretched into an eternity, each second a desperate fight for survival. The forest, once my sanctuary, was now a labyrinth of terror, actively rebelling against its natural state. The ground beneath my feet squelched, thick with the iridescent violet fungi that pulsed with an unholy light. Every step was an effort, my legs screaming in protest, my lungs burning with the metallic, ozone-laced air. The thrum was no longer a distant rumble. It was a deafening, internal roar, rattling my bones, blurring my vision. It was the heartbeat of a dying world, or perhaps the pulse of a new, alien one. I could feel its destructive power, a pervasive pressure that seemed to leach the very life force from everything around me. Behind me, the chittering of the EIEs was a constant, horrifying soundtrack to my flight. They were closer now, their heavy thudding footsteps shaking the unstable ground. I dared not look back, but I could feel their presence, a suffocating weight of predatory intent. They were a dark tide, relentless and utterly merciless. My plasma rifle was gone, discarded when its power cell died. My pistol was useless. All I had was Eris's scanner, clutched tightly to my chest, its cool, smooth surface a fragile repository of humanity's doom, and my own 2 legs. The comms unit on my wrist crackled again, more clearly this time. Anger Miller, this is Harrier 1. Do you copy? Visual confirmation established. We are targeting landing zone now. Hold your position. Hold the line. Visual confirmation. They saw me. They were close, but the landing zone was still some distance away, through a gauntlet of newly emerging horrors. The sky above was a spectacle of raw, destructive beauty. The swirling vortex of violet and black energy pulsed with terrifying intensity, and through its roiling depths I could make out more of the smaller ingress points, glowing like malevolent stars, each one a tear in the fabric of reality. They were like open wounds on the sky, weeping alien life. Eris's dying words echoed in my mind. Secondary ingress points, a planetary infestation. I stumbled, my foot catching on a thick root, sending me sprawling onto the fungi-covered earth. A sharp pain shot through my knee. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering. The chittering was right behind me, a frenzied cacophony of clicks and growls. I glanced over my shoulder, just for a second. 3 Type 2 aggressors burst from the shadows, their multifaceted eyes gleaming with triumph. They were gaining. Their talons, long and black, scraped against the fungi-covered earth, eager to taste my flesh. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain in my knee, ignoring the burning in my lungs. I was a park ranger, not a super soldier. but I had spent a lifetime running through these woods. Every ounce of my survival instinct, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to outrun them. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue light erupted from the sky ahead. A crackling bolt of energy, precisely aimed, slammed into the lead EIE, sending it spiraling backwards, shrieking in agony. Another bolt followed, then another, striking the remaining two. They convulsed, smoked, and collapsed, their chittering replaced by low, guttural moans. Harrier 1, they were providing cover fire. Hope, raw and exhilarating, surged through me. I broke through a final thicket of warped, sickly firs, bursting out into a small, relatively clear patch of ground. In the center, a sleek black Harrier transport, identical to the one that had extracted me from the road, was rapidly descending, its blue thrusters kicking up a gale of wind and fungi-laden dust. Its ramps were already deploying. But the clearing wasn't empty. More EIEs, perhaps a dozen of them, were already converging on the landing zone, their dark forms swarming towards the vulnerable craft, drawn by its energy signature. Harrier 1, we have ground contact at LZ. A voice crackled through my comms. Engaging hostiles. Miller, get to the ramp now. The Harrier's forward cannons, mounted flush with its hull, spat continuous streams of blue plasma, tearing into the advancing EIEs, vaporizing them in flashes of light and plumes of acrid smoke. But they kept coming, a relentless tide of alien aggression. I sprinted towards the craft, dodging a desperate lunge from a smaller, agile EIE that somehow slipped through the plasma barrage. My injured knee screamed in protest, but adrenaline fueled my every step. The Harrier's ramps were wide open, a beacon of safety in the chaos. As I neared the craft, two tactical operatives, clad in the familiar dark gear, were already positioned at the top of the ramp, laying down suppressing fire. Their weapons were extended, their movements fluid and practiced. "Go, Ranger, go," one of them yelled, his voice strained. I dove onto the ramp, scrambling inside. The interior of the Harrier was stark, utilitarian, but it was salvation. As soon as my boots hit the deck, the two operatives moved to cover the entrance, their weapons still spitting plasma at the encroaching EIEs. Just as I cleared the ramp, a colossal Type 2 aggressor, larger and more mutated than any I'd seen, lunged towards the opening. Its talons, dripping with the violet fungi, stretched towards the closing ramp, its multifaceted eyes burning with malevolent fury. "Close the ramp," the operative nearest me roared. With a low hiss, the ramps began to retract. The EIE shrieked, its talons scraping against the closing metal, leaving deep gouges. It was inches from reaching us. A concentrated burst of plasma from the operative's rifle slammed into its head, sending it reeling back with a pained screech. The ramp sealed with a solid thunk, cutting off the chittering, the ozone smell, and the pervasive thrum. The humming of the propulsion intensified, and the craft shuddered as it rocketed upwards. Through the small viewport, I watched the forest below shrink, the swarm of EIEs becoming mere specks of darkness against the glowing violet fungi. The Type 6, still emerging from the swirling portal in the distance, was a terrifying, impossible silhouette against the bruised, alien sky. I leaned against the interior wall, panting, my legs trembling, my injured knee throbbing. Relief, profound and dizzying, washed over me, mingling with the fresh waves of grief for Eris and Thorn and the raw, visceral terror of the last few hours. I was alive, but I was the last one. The two operatives, grim-faced, quickly secured their weapons and turned to me. One, a woman with a no-nonsense expression, immediately began to scan me with a handheld device. Ranger Miller, status report, she said, her voice calm and professional. Alive, I gasped, my voice hoarse. Me S. hurting. Dr. Eris is KIA. Sergeant Thorne presumed KIA. I have Eris's scanner. Critical intel. Her eyes widened slightly at the mention of Eris's scanner. She nodded grimly. Understood. You're contaminated, Ranger, and showing signs of severe energy exposure. We're taking you back to Eagle's Nest for immediate decontamination and medical review. Give me the scanner. I carefully unclipped the device from my kit and handed it to her. She cradled it almost reverently, handing it to her partner, who immediately connected it to a data port on the craft's console. The screens lit up with a torrent of cryptic information, flashing graphs, and complex diagrams. Command, this is Harrier 1, the male operative spoke into his comms. Extraction complete. Ranger Miller is on board, alive. Dr. Eris and Sergeant Thorne are KIA. Miller has recovered Eris's field scanner. Proceeding to Eagle's Nest. ETA 20 minutes. Harrier 1 understood. Commander Ristova's voice, tight with emotion, replied through the comms. Confirm Dr. Eris's data integrity on the scanner. Get Miller to medical immediately. Full debriefing upon arrival. The relief of being safe was quickly replaced by a cold, numbing exhaustion. The pain in my knee was a dull ache now, thanks to the quick-acting analgesic applied by the operative. My arm, though fully healed, felt strangely heavy, the ghost of the creature's talons lingering on my skin. The sheer weight of what I had witnessed, what I carried, pressed down on me. The flight back to Eagle's Nest was a blur. As soon as the Harrier landed in the cavernous underground facility, a medical team swarmed the craft. I was whisked away, disoriented but compliant, to a dedicated medical bay. The decontamination process was more thorough this time. I was subjected to a series of specialized energy baths designed to purge every trace of anomalous energy residue from my system. The sensations were strange, tingling warmth, sometimes a subtle hum that seemed to resonate deep within my cells. They took more blood, more scans, meticulously checking for any lingering effects of the EIE attack or the pervasive environmental contamination. My knee was quickly assessed and treated with the same miraculous cellular regeneration technology that had healed my arm. Within an hour, the pain was gone, the torn ligaments knitted back together, leaving only a faint soreness. My body, though battered, was being restored to peak condition with astonishing speed. While the medical procedures were ongoing, a team of scientists, including a grave-faced Dr. Eris's senior colleague, were already poring over the data from the recovered scanner. I could hear their hushed, urgent conversations, their voices filled with a mixture of dread and scientific urgency. After the medical team declared me stable and physically recovered, I was led to a private debriefing room. Commander Ristova was already there, her face etched with exhaustion and grief, but her posture still rigid with command. Two other senior officers, a stern-looking man in a Section 7 uniform with colonel's insignia, and a woman in a lab coat who had been with Eris's team, were also present. Ranger Miller, Ristova began, her voice devoid of its usual crispness, heavy with the weight of recent events. First, my deepest condolences. Dr. Eris and Sergeant Thorne were invaluable members of Section 7. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. She paused, a visible struggle to maintain her composure. Corporal Khan, she has been recovered, heavily wounded, but she's alive. She's in critical condition, but stable. She confirmed your account of events at the lookout. A wave of relief washed over me. Viper was alive, a small spark of hope in the overwhelming darkness. "Thank you, Commander," I managed, my voice still rough. Now Rostova continued, her gaze hardening. "The intel. You brought back Dr. Eris's scanner. His senior, Dr. Lena Petrova, has been reviewing the data." She gestured to the woman in the lab coat. Dr. Petrova, a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes that were currently shadowed with worry, stepped forward. "Ranger Miller, the data you retrieved is catastrophic. Dr. Eris's final readings confirm the Type 6 abomination, a progenitor entity, is actively generating a localized dimensional resonance field. This field is not just expanding the primary ingress point, it is facilitating the opening of secondary ingress points. Not just in the sky over whispering pines, but globally. The signatures are faint but irrefutable. We've already detected them in multiple strategic locations worldwide, beneath major cities, deep in the oceans, even in isolated polar regions." My stomach clenched. "A planetary infestation," I whispered, repeating Eris's dying words. "Precisely," Petrova confirmed, her voice grim. "The Type 6 is a planetary parasite. Its purpose is to spread its fungal vector, drain a dimension of its bioelectrical energy, and create a network of ingresses to allow for full-scale colonization. What you witnessed in Whispering Pines, that was just the vanguard. The true invasion is already underway, in a slow, insidious, global fashion." The room was silent, save for the hum of the air conditioning. The full implications of the intel were chilling, suffocating. Humanity was fighting a silent, desperate war against an enemy that could simply tear holes in reality and slowly consume the planet from within. Colonel Vance, the stern-looking officer, spoke, his voice deep and grave. "This changes everything. Our containment protocols are obsolete. Our existing strategies for singular ingress points are insufficient. We are now facing a global crisis, a full-scale interdimensional invasion. The secrecy we've upheld for decades, it may become impossible to maintain." Rostova's gaze fixed on me, piercing and unwavering. "Ranger Miller, your experience, your direct contact, and the intel you recovered have made you uniquely valuable. You are the only unaugmented individual to have survived prolonged exposure to a Type 6 and its progenitor field. Your physiology, your resilience is unprecedented. Dr. Petrova believes you possess a natural, almost innate resistance to anomalous energy fields." "My resistance?" I asked, bewildered. "What does that mean?" "It means you're an anomaly, Miller," Petrova explained, a flicker of scientific curiosity in her eyes despite the grim situation. "Your energy signature during the Type 6 emergence, while elevated, didn't destabilize as severely as it should have. Your neurological scans show unusual activity, almost as if your brain is processing the anomalous energy in a unique way. It's highly speculative, but your natural connection to the wild places, it might have given you an unexpected immunity, a primal resonance with natural energies that somehow counters the EIE's parasitic influence." Rostova nodded, "Which brings us to your new role, Ranger. With Dr. Eris gone and your unique capabilities, you're being fast-tracked for a new mission. We need to find these secondary ingress points. We need to assess their threat level, determine their stability, and find a way to counter the Type 6's influence. And you, Miller, are the best man we have for the job." "Me?" I asked, still reeling. "I'm just a park ranger." "No ranger," Rostova corrected, her voice firm. "You're more than that now. You're our lead scout, our first line of observation. Your deep understanding of natural environments, your innate instincts, combined with our technology and your unique resistance, You are perfectly suited to operating in these increasingly compromised zones. Colonel Vance leaned forward. We're augmenting you, Miller. Not with the full cybernetic and genetic enhancements of our field operatives, not yet. But we're giving you a specialized suit designed to filter out the worst of the anomalous energy, boost your senses, and integrate directly with Dr. Petrova's new generation of EIE detection gear. We're deploying a global network of monitoring stations, but we need boots on the ground in the heart of these new incursions. We need you. A sense of inevitability settled over me. My old life was gone, my park was lost, but a new, terrifying purpose had found me. What about Whispering Pines? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The Type 6, the primary ingress point. Ristova's face hardened. Whispering Pines is now a level 5 containment zone. It's too volatile, too dangerous for direct intervention. We're establishing a perimeter, but the Type 6 is radiating a massive energy field. We can't get close enough to risk a full-scale assault without risking a global cascade. Our immediate priority is to understand the global spread of these secondary ingress points and prevent them from reaching critical mass. We're sealing off the entire Cascade Ridge National Park, Colonel Vance added, under the guise of a catastrophic wildfire. No one gets in or out. It's a complete quarantine zone, a sacrifice, Miller, a terrible, necessary sacrifice to buy the world time. The weight of that sacrifice of my lost home pressed down on me, but it also ignited a cold, burning resolve. This was personal. When do I start? I asked, my voice firm. Ristova looked at me, a flicker of grim satisfaction in her eyes. Immediately, Ranger. We have a new anomaly detected deep in the Amazon basin, a pristine, untouched ecosystem. Dr. Petrova's team believes it's a critical early-stage ingress point. You'll be deployed with a small tactical team to gather intelligence, assess the threat, and if possible, stabilize the local environment. It's a different kind of wilderness, Miller, but the enemy is the same. Over the next few days, the base became my new home. My training accelerated, now focused on the specific gear and protocols for this new mission. The specialized suit was form-fitting, lightweight, made of a dark, flexible material that hummed with a subtle energy. It enhanced my strength, my speed, and integrated directly with a visor that overlaid my vision with a constant stream of EIE detection data. My plasma rifle was updated, its power cell more efficient, its targeting system refined. Dr. Petrova became my primary point of contact, patiently explaining the nuances of her new generation of EIE field scanners, the subtle energy signatures of nascent ingress points, and the biological markers of the violet fungi. She was a brilliant scientist, driven by a desperate need to understand and counter the threat. I also met the new tactical team I would be deploying with. Sergeant Lena Shadow Krylova, a formidable operative with a quiet, lethal efficiency, would be my team leader. Her partner, Specialist Kai Ghost Nakamura, was a master of stealth and reconnaissance, his movements almost impossibly silent. Both were augmented, their bodies honed instruments of war, but they treated me with a new respect, acknowledging my unique contribution. The burden of being the sole witness, the last messenger, was heavy. The images of Eris's dying face, of Thorn's last stand, of Viper's defiant cry, haunted my fitful sleep. But they also fueled my determination. I carried their sacrifice and the weight of the intel as a sacred trust. One evening, as I stood by the viewport in my room, looking out at the humming, subterranean world of Eagle's Nest, Commander Ristova approached. "You're ready, Ranger," she said, her voice softer than usual. as ready as you can be. This mission, it's critical. We don't know what we'll find in the Amazon, but we need you to bring us back everything, every scrap of data, every observation. I turned to her. I will, Commander. I won't fail them. I won't fail us. She looked at me, her blue eyes filled with an unspoken understanding. I know, Ranger, I know. She paused, then added, your old life, Robert, it's gone, but you have a new purpose now, a vital one, remember that. The next morning, the mission brief was short and to the point. The holographic map of the Amazon basin, overlaid with faint, pulsating red dots, was displayed before us. Team Alpha, led by Sergeant Krylova, will insert into the designated anomaly zone, Rostova announced, her voice resonating with authority. Your objective is to locate the nascent ingress point, confirm the presence and spread of the fungal vector, and gather precise energy signature data. Ranger Miller, you will utilize your specialized gear and unique resistance to get closer to the anomaly than any unaugmented individual before you. Specialist Nakamura will provide perimeter security and recon. You will avoid direct engagement with any EIEs unless absolutely necessary. Priority 1 is data acquisition. Priority 2 is extraction. Sergeant Krylova gave a curt nod. Understood, Commander. Nakamura's face was impassive, but his eyes were sharp and focused. My heart pounded with a mix of trepidation and grim resolve. A new wilderness, a new nightmare. But this time I was prepared. This time I was fighting back. We boarded the Harrier, its engines already warmed, thrumming with power. The ramp sealed with a familiar thunk, and the craft ascended, silently at first, then with a powerful roar that vibrated through the deck. We rocketed upwards, breaching the mountain's peak, and soared into the dawn sky. I looked out the viewport, watching the familiar landscape of the Pacific Northwest recede below us, disappearing into the vast expanse of clouds. My home, my park, now a quarantined zone, a battleground. But ahead, a new battle awaited, a new wilderness under threat, and I, Robert Miller, Park Ranger, now operative ranger of Section 7, was heading towards it, carrying the heavy weight of a world's terrible truth and the desperate hope for its survival. The flight to the Amazon basin was long, taking us across continents in silent, high-altitude transit. Inside the Harrier, the atmosphere was quiet, almost sterile, save for the low hum of the engines and the rhythmic click of Specialist Nakamura checking his gear. Sergeant Krylova sat across from me, her eyes closed in a meditative state, conserving energy. I found myself staring at the holographic map of the Amazon, the pulsing red dots like angry sores on the verdant green landscape. Dr. Petrova, who had boarded the Harrier with us to oversee the mission's scientific parameters, sat beside me, her own tablet displaying complex energy readings and environmental models. Ranger, she began, her voice soft but focused, the Amazon presents unique challenges. The sheer biodiversity means a higher density of bioelectrical energy for the EIEs to parasitize. The humidity and heat will also accelerate the fungal vector's growth. We anticipate a much more aggressive and rapid environmental degradation than what you observed in the temperate rainforest of Cascade Ridge. I nodded, absorbing her words. The Amazon, a place I had only seen in documentaries, a vast, ancient ecosystem now threatened by an enemy beyond comprehension. Your suit, she continued, tapping a control on her tablet, is calibrated to filter out the high humidity and heat, maintaining a stable microenvironment for you. But you must remain vigilant for any signs of EIE manifestation or increased anomalous energy. Your internal comms will feed directly into my console, giving me real-time biometric and environmental data. The new suit felt like a second skin, incredibly light and flexible, yet powerfully protective. The visor, when deployed, offered enhanced thermal and night vision, along with a constant overlay of EIE energy signatures and topographical data. My plasma rifle, sleek and compact, rested comfortably in the magnetic holster on my thigh. Sergeant Krylova opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over us. All right, listen up. We're nearing the insertion zone. This isn't a recon mission, it's a surgical strike for intel. We go in, we get the data, we get out. Any EIE engagement is defensive only. Our primary goal is to bring Ranger Miller and his unique capabilities to bear on the ingress point. Nakamura, you'll be on point for stealth and recon. Ranger, you're our forward observer and data acquisition. I'll provide tactical oversight and support. Dr. Petrova, you'll be monitoring from the Harrier, ready for extraction on my mark. Understood, Sergeant, Nakamura replied, his voice a low murmur. I nodded, feeling a surge of adrenaline. This was it. My first mission as a Section 7 operative, my new purpose. The Harrier began its descent, the dense canopy of the Amazon jungle rising to meet us. The sheer scale of the rainforest was awe-inspiring, a boundless expanse of green. But beneath that beauty, I knew, lay a hidden horror. The craft settled silently into a small, natural clearing, its ramps deploying with a soft hiss. The air that rushed in was thick, hot, and humid, carrying the intoxicating scent of damp earth and exotic flora. But under it, faintly, I could already detect that metallic ozone tang. The thrum was subtle here, a low, almost imperceptible vibration beneath the ground, but it was there. Ambient anomalous energy levels are low, but rising. Dr. Petrova's voice came through my comms. Consistent with an early-stage ingress point. Proceed with extreme caution. We moved out a tight tactical unit. Nakamura melted into the shadows of the jungle, a ghost in the dense undergrowth, his movements silent and impossibly fluid. Sergeant Krylova moved with a predator's grace, her plasma rifle at the ready, her eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. I followed, my own enhanced senses picking up on subtle shifts in the air, faint sounds that would have been lost to my unaugmented self. The jungle was a living, breathing entity, its sounds a cacophony of exotic birdsong, insect chirps, and the rustle of unseen creatures. But even here, in this vibrant symphony of life, there was an unnatural quiet, an underlying tension that spoke of something wrong, something alien. My suit's visor flickered, overlaying my vision with green thermal readings of the dense foliage, and subtle, shimmering red outlines of anomalous energy signatures. They were faint, scattered, but present. The initial energy signatures detected, I reported into my comms, my voice steady. Scattered, concentrating towards a central point deep within the primary target zone. Confirmed, Ranger, Petrova replied. Those are likely residual EIE biosignatures from early scouts or possibly nascent fungal clusters. Maintain your bearing. We pushed deeper into the jungle, the oppressive humidity a constant presence. The ground was soft, muddy, filled with the tangled roots of ancient trees. Giant ferns, vibrant orchids, and towering trees formed an almost impenetrable wall of green. As we approached the target zone, the signs of EIE presence became more pronounced. The vibrant green of the foliage began to dull, subtly at first, then with increasing severity. The air grew heavier, the metallic ozone scent more distinct. and the thrum, though still faint, became a more insistent pulse, vibrating through the soles of my boots. Fungal vector confirmed. Nakamura's voice came through my comms, hushed and urgent. Patches of iridescent violet growth, small but spreading rapidly. Ground cover is showing signs of desiccation. We found the first victims shortly after. A small capybara, its body shriveled, desiccated, lying motionless amidst a cluster of glowing violet fungi. Its eyes were wide, glassy, devoid of life. No visible wounds, just the insidious draining of its life force. My stomach churned, a chilling echo of the deer in my own park. Yie parasitic vector confirmed, I reported, my voice tight. Local wildlife already affected, early stages but aggressive. Sergeant Krylova stopped dead, raising a clenched fist. Hold 2 o'clock, 40 meters, type 2 aggressor, single entity, patrolling. I deployed my visor's enhanced magnification. Through the dense foliage, I could make out the angular, shifting form of a Type 2. Its multifaceted eyes glowed faintly. It moved with that familiar, unsettling gait, patrolling the perimeter of what I knew, from the scanner readings, was the nascent ingress point. Energy signature is low, I reported. This is a scout, probably newly manifested. Understood, Krylova whispered. Nakamura, can you bypass it? Get eyes on the ingress point. Affirmative, Sergeant, Nakamura replied. Taking a wide perimeter. Will report visual in 3 mics. We waited in tense silence, hidden by the dense foliage, our plasma rifles at the ready. The chittering of the patrolling EIE was a low, almost musical sound, utterly alien in the symphony of the jungle. 3 minutes passed slowly. Then Nakamura's voice, hushed and urgent. Sergeant, I have visual on the ingress point. It's different from Ranger Miller's description. Krylova looked at me, a question in her eyes. How so, specialist? It's smaller, Nakamura explained. More diffuse, not a swirling vortex. More like a shimmering crack in the air, pulsing with faint violet light. And it's inside a massive tree. My eyes widened. Inside a tree, a Type 5 manifestation acting as a living ingress point. Dr. Petrova's voice crackled with excitement through my comms. Miller, that's a monumental discovery. A Type 5 acting as an organic dimensional anchor. We hypothesized this was possible, but never confirmed it. That means the EIEs can directly integrate with the local biosphere to create new ingress points. Understood, Dr. Petrova, Krylova said, her voice firm. This changes the mission. We need to confirm the Type 5 stability and its energy output. Ranger, you're up. Get closer. We need precise readings. Understood, Sergeant, I replied, my heart pounding. A Type 5 acting as a living portal. It was a terrifying, brilliant evolution of their invasion strategy. We moved even more cautiously now, circling wide around the patrolling Type 2. Nakamura rejoined us, his face grim. It's an ancient kapok tree, Sergeant. Massive. The crack is about 20 feet up the trunk. Radiant energy is already affecting the surrounding flora. We reached a vantage point overlooking the ancient kapok. It was a titan of the jungle, its massive trunk reaching towards the sky, its buttress roots fanning out like colossal walls. But it was dying. Its vibrant green leaves were dull, sickly brown, and the iridescent violet fungi crawled over its bark like a cancerous growth. And there, about 20 feet up its trunk, was the ingress point. Not a vortex, as Nakamura described, but a shimmering, vertical crack in the very air, pulsing with a faint violet light. It was smaller, yes, but undeniably a tear in reality. And from its depths, every few seconds, a small larval EIE, indistinct and shifting, would emerge, dropping to the fungi-covered earth before scuttling into the shadows. It's a nascent ingress point, Dr. Petrova confirmed, her voice filled with scientific awe and dread. A direct biointegrated dimensional anchor. The Type 5 isn't just near it, it is it. It's a living portal. Can we close it? Krylova asked, her voice tight. Unknown, Sergeant, Petrova replied. Without direct analysis of its energy signature and an understanding of its integration with the Kapok's biology, any attempt to close it could be catastrophic. It could destabilize the entire regional spacetime, perhaps even create a full cascade event. So we need more data, Krylova said, turning to me. Ranger, can you get closer, safely? I looked at the ancient Kapok, at the shimmering crack in its trunk. My suit's scanner was already painting a complex picture of energy fluctuations, but direct contact would yield much more. The tree was massive, its rough bark offering purchase, and I was a park ranger. I knew how to climb. I can, I said, my voice resolute. I'll get the data. Krylova nodded, a look of grim determination on her face. Nakamura, provide cover. Ranger, link your personal comms directly to my channel. Report everything you see, everything you feel. I began to move towards the tree, my plasma rifle secured, my hands reaching for the rough bark. The air around the Kapok was thick with the ozone scent, and the thrum was now a deep, resonant hum, vibrating through the massive tree, directly into my hands. The violet fungi pulsed with an eerie light, clinging to the bark. I climbed, my suit augmenting my strength, my specialized boots finding purchase on the gnarled bark. Higher and higher, towards the shimmering crack, towards the heart of the anomaly. The closer I got, the more intense the anomalous energy became. My visor was awash with flickering data streams, my internal comms feeding a constant stream of information to Dr. Petrova. I reached the level of the ingress point, my face mere inches from the shimmering crack. It hummed with a low, primal energy, pulsating with that malevolent violet light. I could feel the raw power of it, tugging at the very fabric of my being, a strange, disorienting sensation. I'm at the ingress point, I reported, my voice hushed. It's terrifyingly beautiful. The crack is unstable, fluctuating. Larval EIEs are emerging frequently. It's warm, almost hot to the touch. I reached out, my gloved finger hovering inches from the shimmering crack, my internal sensors screaming with data. Do not touch it, Ranger. Petrova's voice was urgent. The energy is too volatile. Your suit can filter, but direct contact risks cellular destabilization. But my primal curiosity, my ranger's instinct to understand, was too strong. I needed to feel it to know it. My hand moved against my conscious will, drawn by an irresistible force. My gloved finger brushed the shimmering crack. A searing pain, cold and sharp, shot through me. My suit's biomonitors shrieked warnings. A jolt of raw, alien energy surged into my body, overwhelming my filters, overwhelming my senses. My vision blurred, filled with a kaleidoscopic explosion of violet and black. I felt an intense, disorienting pull, as if I was being stretched, torn, pulled between dimensions. Then a new sensation, a presence, not physical but mental. A vast, ancient, malevolent intelligence reaching out, touching my mind. It wasn't a language, not words, but a flood of images, sensations, pure information. I saw worlds not like ours, but dimensions twisted by the EIEs, consumed, desiccated, their bioenergy siphoned away. I saw vast networks of ingress points, blossoming like grotesque flowers across countless realities. I saw the Type 6 abominations, immense, shifting entities, acting as anchors, progenitors, birthing new EIEs. And the cold, hard certainty of impending doom. I saw entire planets, once vibrant and teeming with life, reduced to barren husks encased in vast, pulsing networks of violet fungi. The intelligent presence was ancient, patient, and utterly devoid of mercy. It was not just colonizing, it was consuming. It was not just invading, it was harvesting. And our world, my world, was just the next on an endless cosmic menu. The vision, the connection, lasted only a fraction of a second, but it felt like an eternity. It was a download of pure, unadulterated terror, an absolute certainty of the EIE's purpose and the scale of their ambition. My mind recoiled, overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of it. Ranger, report. Sergeant Krylova's voice was sharp, cutting through the psychic noise in my head. Miller, what's happening? Your vitals are spiking. Pull away from the anomaly. I tore my gloved hand back from the shimmering crack, gasping for breath. The pain in my finger where I had touched the portal was still searing, a cold fire that seemed to spread through my entire arm. My suit's biomonitors shrieked, red alerts flashing across my visor. My head throbbed, the residual images of dying worlds still flashing behind my eyes. I touched it, I choked out, my voice raw. I saw too much. It's a planetary infestation. They're harvesting worlds, not just one portal, thousands everywhere. Miller, calm down. Dr. Petrova's voice was urgent through my comms. Your neurological activity is off the charts. Disengage immediately. Nakamura, Krylova, extract him, now. Before Krylova or Nakamura could move, a sudden, powerful surge of energy erupted from the ingress point. The shimmering crack in the kapok tree flared with an intense violet light, pulsing violently. The massive tree groaned, its ancient wood twisting, its bark cracking loudly. The thrum intensified, becoming a deafening roar, shaking the very ground beneath us. From the now wider crack, a torrent of larval EIEs, hundreds of them, began to pour out, dropping to the ground like grotesque raindrops. They immediately scuttled into the shadows, their forms indistinct, their movements jerky and fast. But they weren't just larval forms anymore. Some of them were larger, more developed, already resembling nascent Type 2 aggressors, their tiny multifaceted eyes gleaming. The Type 5 is destabilizing, Petrova screamed through my comms. It's accelerating its birthing cycle. The localized energy surge from Miller's contact, it stimulated it. Damn it, Ranger, Krylova roared, her plasma rifle spitting fire at the newly emergent EIEs that were already swarming towards our position. You just woke up the hive. Nakamura, cover our retreat. Ranger, get down here. I scrambled down the kapok tree, my suit's enhanced grip struggling against the suddenly buckling bark. The tree was dying rapidly, its immense frame shuddering, groaning, splitting. The ingress point, a gaping maw now, pulsed with a furious violet light, vomiting forth an endless stream of alien life. Nakamura was a blur of motion, his plasma rifle a deadly instrument, cutting down emergent EIEs with precise bursts. But the sheer volume of them was overwhelming. They were a tide of darkness, swarming from the tree, from the shadows, from every direction. Too many, Nakamura yelled, his voice strained. They're flanking us. Fall back to the rendezvous point, Krylova commanded, her voice steady despite the chaos. Harrier, prepare for immediate extraction. We have heavy EIE contact. Harrier 1 acknowledges, Dr. Petrova replied, her voice filled with urgency. Approaching rendezvous point now. ETA 1 Mike. Hold the line, Team Alpha. We retreated, firing, moving as fast as the dense, now chaotic, jungle would allow. The ground was slick with mud and fungi, treacherous underfoot. The thrum was a constant, mind-numbing roar, and the metallic ozone stench was overpowering. My mind was still reeling from the psychic download, the horrific visions of consumed worlds. But adrenaline, raw and potent, flooded my system, overriding the fear, overriding the lingering dread. I was fighting for my world now. We reached the small clearing where the Harrier was due to land. It was still empty. Harrier 1, where are you? Krylova screamed into her comms. Heavy air-to-ground EIEs, Petrova replied static-laced. We're engaging a Type 2 airborne. Hold your position. ETA 30 seconds. 30 seconds felt like an eternity. The clearing was rapidly filling with swarming EIEs, their chittering a deafening roar. They surged from the tree line, a wave of darkness and snapping talons. Form up, Krylova yelled. Back to back, Nakamura, Ranger, cover all sectors. Don't let them get close. We formed a tight triangle, plasma rifles blazing. Krylova was a force of nature, her augmented body moving with lethal precision, each shot a kill. Nakamura was a silent, deadly shadow, his movements fluid, his aim impeccable. I, Ranger Miller, stood between them, my own plasma rifle spitting blue death, every shot fueled by rage and desperation. My training kicked in, instincts honed by days of simulation and a lifetime in the wilderness. I tracked, I fired, I reloaded my power cells with practiced speed, the familiar hum of the plasma rifle a constant companion. The EIEs were everywhere, a relentless, undulating mass of alien horror. They lunged, they clawed, they shrieked, their multifaceted eyes burning with malevolent intent. Then a sudden, blinding flash of blue light from above. A concussive blast of energy slammed into the clearing, vaporizing a dozen EIEs in a single devastating impact. The Harrier was descending, its underbelly cannons blazing, its thrusters kicking up a powerful gale. Harrier 1 is on station, Petrova's voice boomed. Ramps deploying, get on board now. We broke formation, sprinting towards the craft. Krylova and Nakamura laid down suppressive fire, covering my retreat. The ramps hit the ground with a soft thud, and two tactical operatives, weapons ready, stood at the opening. I scrambled onto the ramp, my legs screaming, my lungs burning. The operatives immediately grabbed me, pulling me inside. Krylova and Nakamura followed, their weapons spitting plasma until the last possible second. Just as Krylova crossed the threshold, a massive Type 2 aggressor, larger and more mutated than any I'd ever seen, lunged from the tree line. Its talons, dripping with violet fungi, reached for her, its multifaceted eyes burning with triumph. No, Nakamura roared, firing a concentrated blast that tore into the creature's chest, sending it reeling back with a pained shriek. The ramps hissed shut, sealing us inside. The interior of the Harrier was stark, utilitarian, but it was salvation. The humming of the propulsion intensified, and the craft shuddered as it rocketed upwards. Through the small viewport, I watched the Amazon jungle shrink below, the swarms of EIEs becoming mere specks. The kapok tree, now a monument of death, pulsed with violent violet light, its ancient form actively dissolving as the ingress point expanded. The sky above was already beginning to darken, not with the natural twilight, but with the bruised, alien hues I had seen over my own park. I leaned against the interior wall, panting, my legs trembling, my mind a storm of images and sensations. The psychic download still resonated, a cold, hard truth that dwarfed all other concerns. Krylova and Nakamura, grim-faced, quickly secured their weapons. Krylova's suit was scorched in places, her helmet dented, but her eyes, when she removed it, were blazing with a cold, furious resolve. Nakamura was equally battered, but his movements were still fluid, his focus absolute. Ranger Miller, status report, Krylova said, her voice tight but professional. Alive, I gasped, my voice hoarse. Contaminated, but the intel is critical. The Type 5, it's a living portal. It's actively breeding EIEs a much faster rate than anticipated. And the vision, I saw other worlds. They're harvesting them. They're coming for Earth. Krylova's eyes widened, a flicker of fear in their depths. She exchanged a glance with Nakamura, who looked equally disturbed. Harrier 1, this is Krylova. She spoke into her comms, her voice urgent. Extraction complete. All personnel accounted for, wounded but stable. Ranger Miller has made direct neural contact with the Type 5. He has critical intel on a full-scale interdimensional invasion, planetary harvesting, and multiple ingress points. Dr. Petrova, can you hear this? We need to get him back to Eagle's Nest for immediate debriefing and a full neurological scan. This is a game changer. Krylova, this is Petrova. Dr. Petrova's voice crackled through the comms, now devoid of her earlier scientific excitement, replaced by a chilling gravity. I copied everything, Sergeant. The data from Miller's suit, his neurological readings during contact, they're unprecedented. We're heading straight back to Eagle's Nest. ETA, 45 minutes. Inform Commander Rostova immediately. This is far worse than we imagined. The flight back was silent, punctuated only by the hum of the Harrier's engines and the occasional exchange of grim glances between Krylova and Nakamura. I sat, clutching Eris's scanner, the images of dying worlds still vivid in my mind. The Amazon, my brief, terrifying first mission, was just a prelude. The invasion was already here. Back at Eagle's Nest, the arrival of our Harrier was met with an unusual urgency. Medical teams and science personnel, including Commander Rostova herself, were waiting on the landing pad. I was immediately whisked away, disoriented but compliant, to a dedicated medical bay. The decontamination and medical review this time were even more intense. They placed me in a specialized chamber, a clear tube filled with a shimmering, iridescent liquid that pulsed with blue light. The sensation was strange, a deep cleansing that seemed to penetrate to my very bones, purging every last trace of anomalous energy from my system. While in the chamber, a team of neuroscientists ran continuous scans of my brain, their faces grim as they reviewed the complex data streams. Dr. Petrova was at the forefront, her eyes never leaving the holographic displays that charted my neural activity. After what felt like an eternity, I was released, feeling oddly refreshed but still overwhelmed. My body was perfectly fine, but my mind was a battlefield of alien horrors and existential dread. I was given a fresh gray jumpsuit and led to a secure debriefing room. Commander Rostova was already there, flanked by Colonel Vance and Dr. Petrova. Sergeant Krylova and Specialist Nakamura stood at attention behind her, their faces somber. Ranger Miller, Rostova began, her voice low and grave. Sergeant Krylova has provided her preliminary report. Dr. Petrova has reviewed your neural scans and the data from your suit. Tell us, in your own words, what you experienced when you made contact with the Type 5. I recounted the vision, the mental download, the horrific images of dying worlds, the vast, ancient intelligence, its purpose of harvesting dimensions. I spoke of the accelerated birthing cycle of the Type 5, the torrent of EIEs, the secondary ingress points blooming in other realities. My voice was steady, calm, even as the words sent shivers down my own spine. When I finished, the room was silent, a heavy, suffocating silence. Colonel Vance ran a hand over his face, his expression grim. Dr. Petrova's eyes were wide with a mixture of scientific validation and profound dread. "This confirms our worst fears," Dr. Petrova finally said, her voice tight. "The EIEs are not just colonizers, they are a truly interdimensional, parasitic species. Their ultimate goal is not just to invade, but to consume entire realities. And the Type 6 abominations, the progenitors, are their primary tools for accelerating this process." And Miller's unique neural response, Rostova interjected, looking at me with a new, intense focus, suggests an unparalleled connection to this interdimensional phenomenon. His mind acted as a conduit, a receiver, for information directly from the EIE hive mind. This is unprecedented. His natural resistance, his resonance with natural energies, Petrova added. It allowed him to process the information without shattering his psyche. He saw what even our augmented operatives cannot perceive directly without specialized neural interfaces. Colonel Vance straightened, his expression hardening. "This changes everything. The EIE threat is no longer a localized containment issue. It's an existential war for the survival of this entire dimension. The secrecy, it's becoming untenable. We need to escalate immediately." Rostova nodded, her gaze fixed on me. "Miller, your direct neural contact with the Type 5 has not only given us invaluable intel, but it has also changed you. Your neural scans show a permanent integration with the anomalous energy field. You are now, in essence, a living sensor. You can perceive the EIEs, the ingress points, the spread of the fungal vector, at a level no one else can." "What does that mean?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "It means your capabilities have expanded exponentially," Petrova explained, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. "You are naturally augmented, Miller, without the cybernetics, without the genetic manipulation. Your unique physiology is now an advantage. You are immune to the localized psychic interference of the EIEs. You can navigate their energy fields, and you can even perceive nascent ingress points before our long-range scanners. You are our most valuable asset." Rostova stepped forward, her gaze intense. "Which brings us to your next mission, Ranger. Colonel Vance and I have decided on a radical new approach. Based on your intel, we believe the key to countering this planetary infestation lies not just in closing individual ingress points, but in targeting the progenitor entity itself, the Type 6 abomination at Whispering Pines." My heart hammered against my ribs. Whispering Pines, my home, my lost park. "Whispering Pines is a level 5 containment zone," I said, recalling the earlier briefing. "Too volatile for direct intervention. You said a full assault would risk a global cascade." "True," Vance conceded, "but the intelligence you brought back from the Amazon suggests that the Type 6 is actively generating a localized dimensional resonance field to open these secondary ingress points globally. If we can destabilize or neutralize that Type 6, we might be able to halt, or at least significantly slow, the global spread of the infestation." Rostova continued, her voice firm. "This is a high-risk, high-reward strategy, Miller. We're going to hit the Type 6 directly, and you, Ranger, are going to be on the front lines. Your unique resistance and enhanced perception will be crucial for navigating the extreme anomalous energy field around the Type 6 and getting our specialized payload delivery unit to its core. Payload delivery unit. The words sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just reconnaissance anymore. This was an assault. What kind of payload? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Dr. Petrova stepped forward, a grim determination on her face. It's a dimensional resonance disruptor, Ranger, a highly unstable device. If detonated inside the Type 6's core, it should in theory cause a localized dimensional implosion, collapsing the progenitor entity and the primary ingress point simultaneously. It's our best, and perhaps only, chance to shut down the global network before it reaches critical mass. It's a one-way trip, isn't it? I asked, the grim reality setting in. Ristova's gaze was unflinching. The energy field around the Type 6 will be catastrophic, Miller. The chances of exfiltration are minimal. This is a suicide mission, Ranger, but it's the only path we have left. I looked at Krylova and Nakamura, their faces grim but resolute. They had just risked their lives for me in the Amazon. Now, I was being asked to sacrifice mine for the world. A profound sense of calm settled over me, replacing the fear. My park, my home, it was still out there being consumed. My comrades, Eris and Thorn, had died fighting for it. Viper, wounded, was still in critical condition. This was my chance to avenge them, to fight for everything I held dear. I'll do it, I said, my voice steady, resolute. I'll get the payload to the Type 6, but I want Krylova and Nakamura with me. They're the best, and they deserve a fighting chance. Ristova looked at Krylova, then Nakamura. Krylova met her gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible odds. Nakamura, ever stoic, simply nodded. Understood, Ranger, Ristova said, a flicker of respect in her eyes. Sergeant Krylova and Specialist Nakamura will be assigned to your team. They'll be deploying with you, providing tactical support and ensuring the payload reaches its target. This will be Operation Last Stand. Over the next few days, Eagle's Nest became a whirlwind of frenetic activity. The new intel from the Amazon, combined with my unique capabilities, had galvanized Section 7. Resources were diverted, personnel redeployed. Every available asset was being channeled into Operation Last Stand. My training intensified, focusing on high-threat infiltration, close-quarters combat against Type 6 variants in simulated extreme anomalous energy fields, and the precise deployment of the payload delivery unit. My specialized suit was further upgraded, its filters reinforced, its energy shielding augmented. The visor now integrated directly with a detailed holographic schematic of the Type 6's projected internal structure, allowing me to pinpoint its core. Dr. Petrova became my constant companion, guiding me through the intricacies of the dimensional resonance disruptor. It was a sleek, cylindrical device, pulsing with a faint, internal blue light, surprisingly compact despite its immense destructive power. It was designed to activate only when directly embedded within the Type 6's core, a failsafe against accidental detonation. Krylova and Nakamura, too, underwent rigorous training. Their augmented bodies were pushed to their limits, their combat skills honed to a razor's edge. We moved as a single unit, a well-oiled machine, our movements precise, our communication telepathic. The weight of the mission, the almost certain sacrifice, bound us together. One evening before our deployment, Commander Ristova met us in a private briefing room. The holographic map of Whispering Pines, now a pulsating red and violet scar on the landscape, dominated the room. Operation Last Stand is set for 2400 hours, Rostova began, her voice calm and authoritative, but with an underlying current of grim finality. This is it, team, our last best hope. We have intelligence that the Type 6 has expanded its influence significantly. It's now radiating a global resonance field, and the secondary ingress points are nearing critical mass. If we don't succeed, the planet as we know it will be lost. She looked at each of us, her gaze lingering on me. Ranger, your primary objective is to get the payload delivery unit into the core of the Type 6. Sergeant Krylova, Specialist Nakamura, your mission is to ensure Ranger Miller reaches that objective at any cost. We will provide a direct insertion via Harrier, followed by heavy air-to-ground plasma support, but once you're on the ground, expect extreme resistance. The anomalous energy field around the Type 6 is off the charts. Your comms will be heavily degraded, your suits will be pushed to their limits. She paused, taking a deep breath. There will be no extraction if the disruptor is activated. Once it's armed, it's an all-or-nothing scenario. I want you all to understand that. This is not a mission where failure is an option. Krylova Nakamura and I exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of our shared fate. "We understand, Commander," Krylova said, her voice steady. "We will not fail." Rostova nodded, a flicker of something akin to pride in her eyes. "Good, now go get some rest, and prepare." Rest, the word felt alien. How could one rest on the eve of the world's end, on the precipice of one's own demise? But we tried. We ate, we reviewed our schematics one last time, we checked our gear. We said our silent goodbyes to the world we were about to fight for. The night passed in a blur of anticipation and grim determination. As the clock neared 2400, we boarded the Harrier, the same model that had extracted me from the Amazon, but now heavily armored, bristling with advanced weaponry. Dr. Petrova was on board, her face pale but resolute, monitoring our biometrics and the payload delivery unit's status. The atmosphere inside the craft was heavy, thick with unspoken thoughts. We were a small band, 3 soldiers and a former park ranger, heading into the heart of an alien invasion, armed with the desperate hope of an entire planet. The Harrier ascended silently, cutting through the night sky. We flew towards Whispering Pines, towards the quarantine zone, towards the Type 6 abomination. Through the viewport, I watched the familiar landscape of the Pacific Northwest pass below, shrouded in darkness. My home, my sanctuary, now a battleground, and I was going back to the heart of the fight. As we neared the containment zone, the familiar purple and gray bruise of the alien sky became visible, pulsing with an unnatural light. The thrum, faint at first, began to build, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the very hull of the Harrier. My suit's filters immediately kicked in, dampening the psychic noise, but I could still feel the pervasive pressure, the alien presence of the Type 6. "Anomalous energy levels are spiking, Commander," Petrova reported, her voice tight. "The Type 6 is fully active. Its resonance field is massive. Comm interference will be extreme." "Understood, Dr. Petrova," Rostova replied from command. "Harrier 1, commence insertion protocols. Deliver Team Alpha to LZ Whisper. Air support standing by." The Harrier began its descent, its thrusters glowing blue, cutting through the bruised sky. The ground below was a swirling maelstrom of violet light and twisted shadows. The trees, my ancient trees, were unrecognizable, gnarled and skeletal, choked by the glowing fungi. The very landscape was dissolving, turning into an alien hellscape. "Brace for impact," the Harrier pilot announced. The craft touched down with a shudder, the ramps deploying immediately. The air that rushed in was thick, hot, and suffocating, laden with the metallic ozone stench of the EIEs and the acrid smell of burning biomatter. The thrum was a deafening roar, vibrating through every fiber of my being, threatening to overwhelm my senses. "Go, go, go," Krylova roared. We burst from the Harrier, plasma rifles at the ready. The ground was a grotesque carpet of iridescent violet fungi, pulsing with an eerie light, squelching under our boots. The air crackled with raw, anomalous energy, making my suit's filters hum furiously. The Type 6 abomination loomed before us, a colossal, shifting silhouette against the roiling violet sky. It was easily 100 feet tall, an undulating mass of shadow and raw energy, its form barely constrained by physics. It pulsed with an internal, malevolent violet light, distorting spacetime around it, dissolving everything in its vicinity. This was the entity I had glimpsed from the lookout, now fully manifested, fully empowered, and actively unraveling our reality. And it was surrounded, hundreds, thousands of EIEs, a vast, undulating sea of chittering, dark forms swarmed around the Type 6, their multifaceted eyes gleaming. Type 2 aggressors, smaller, leaner scouts, grotesque larval forms, and even massive, lumbering Type 5 manifestations, all moving with a unified, predatory intent. It was the heart of the infestation. "Contact all sides," Nakamura yelled, his plasma rifle spitting fire. "Heavy resistance, too many." Our Harrier, still hovering above, opened fire, its cannons unleashing a devastating barrage of blue plasma that tore into the EIE swarm, vaporizing hundreds of them in blinding flashes. But there were always more. They swarmed from the shadows, from the ground, from the very air itself. "Push forward towards the Type 6, Krylova commanded, her voice cutting through the roar of battle. "Miller, stay focused on the objective. We'll clear a path." We advanced, a desperate, furious wedge cutting through the alien horde. Krylova and Nakamura were a whirlwind of destruction, their augmented bodies moving with impossible speed and strength, their plasma rifles precise, deadly instruments. I was between them, my own rifle blazing, my suit's visor feeding me constant data on EIE concentrations, allowing me to target weak points to conserve precious power. The closer we got to the Type 6, the more intense the anomalous energy became. My suit's filters screamed, struggling to cope. My vision blurred, distorted by the fluctuating spacetime. The thrum was now a physical force, a crushing pressure that threatened to implode my very being. The psychic noise was overwhelming, a torrent of alien thoughts, of hunger, of triumph, of the imminent consumption of my world. But my unique resistance held, just barely, allowing me to push through. My visor, however, was now displaying a clear, pulsating red sphere deep within the Type 6's core. The target, the payload delivery unit, secured in a specialized housing on my back, felt heavy, a cold promise of destruction. Suddenly, a massive Type 5 manifestation, a shifting, indistinct entity similar to the kapok tree, but far larger, detached itself from the Type 6's periphery. It moved with impossible speed, a blur of shadow and raw energy, directly towards us. Its mere presence twisted the ground, caused the air to crackle, and warped the very light around it. "Type 5 engaging," Krylova roared, unleashing a continuous stream of plasma. Nakamura fired his own weapon, attempting to intercept. But the Type 5 was too fast, too resilient. The plasma bolts seemed to dissipate against its shifting form, causing it to merely ripple, not flinch. It reached us in a matter of seconds, its colossal, shadowy limb lashing out, striking Krylova. She screamed, a sound of pure agony, as she was slammed backwards, her suit sparking, her body limp. "Sergeant!" Nakamura yelled, his voice raw with anguish. He unleashed a furious torrent of plasma, but it was too late. The Type 5 turned its attention to him. "Nakamura, get back!" I yelled, firing a futile burst at the massive entity. The Type 5 reached out, its shadowy talons seizing Nakamura, crushing him in its grasp. He screamed, a choked, agonizing sound as his body convulsed, then went limp, his suit dissolving, his form desiccating into a shriveled husk. My heart tore, my team, gone. Eris, Thorn, now Krylova and Nakamura, all sacrificed. I was alone, again, but this time I had a purpose. The Type 5 turned its attention to me, its colossal, shifting head tilting, its form pulsing with malevolent violet light. It moved slowly now, deliberately, like a cat toying with its prey. The Harrier above continued its desperate barrage, but the sheer volume of EIEs and the Type 6's overwhelming interference meant it couldn't focus fire on the Type 5 without risking a wider cascade event. I was on my own. I ripped the payload delivery unit from its housing, clutching it in my gloved hands. My plasma rifle was useless. My suit was screaming warnings, struggling against the raw energy. My mind was bombarded with the EIE hive mind's triumph. But I was not broken. My rage, my grief, coalesced into a cold, hard resolve. I had a job to do. I lunged not at the Type 5, but past it, towards the colossal Type 6, towards the shimmering, pulsating core. The Type 5 reacted, its shadowy form rushing to intercept me. But my unique resistance, my deeper connection to the natural world, gave me an edge. I knew this landscape, even corrupted. I knew its currents, its rhythms. I pushed through the anomalous energy, ignoring the pain, ignoring the psychic assault, a desperate, burning ember of humanity. The Type 5 was on me in an instant, its colossal form overshadowing me, its talons reaching. But I was faster, fueled by desperation. I ducked, rolled, using its massive size against it, weaving through its clumsy attacks. It was a dance of death, a desperate, futile struggle against an insurmountable foe. Then a sudden, powerful blast from the Harrier above. A concentrated beam of plasma slammed into the Type 5, not to destroy it, but to disorient it, to buy me precious seconds. It shrieked, its form rippling, giving me a narrow window. I surged forward towards the Type 6, towards the heart of the monstrosity. The colossal entity loomed over me, an alien mountain of shifting shadow and pure energy, its surface constantly undulating. I could feel its immense power, its hunger, its cold, ancient intelligence. My visor flickered, showing the pulsating red sphere deep within the Type 6's core, the target. I began to climb, digging my suit's specialized grip claws into the shifting, amorphous surface of the Type 6. It was like climbing a living mountain of pure fear, its very touch searing, its psychic noise a deafening roar. My suit shrieked, its filters failing, raw anomalous energy coursing through my body. The Type 5 was recovering, its enraged chittering echoing around me. It was climbing after me, its talons tearing at the shifting surface of the Type 6, eager to reclaim its prey. I pushed, fueled by a singular, desperate focus, higher and higher towards the core. The pain was immense, excruciating, my body threatening to collapse under the strain. My mind was awash in the EIE hive mind's triumphant cacophony. But I saw them, Krylova, Nakamura, Eris, Thorn. Their faces, their sacrifices, flashed before my eyes, burning away the fear, leaving only a white-hot resolve. I reached the core, a pulsating, shimmering cavity deep within the Type 6. It pulsed with a concentrated, violet light, radiating pure, raw, anomalous energy. It was the engine of the invasion, the heart of the infestation. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I plunged the payload delivery unit deep into the core, twisting it to activate its internal locking mechanism. The device hummed, then began to glow, its internal blue light intensifying, pushing back against the violet. The Type 6 shrieked, a sound of pure agony, a deafening, vibrating wail that shook the very foundations of reality. Its colossal form convulsed, its shadowy mass rippling violently. The ground buckled, and a wave of pure destructive energy erupted from it, tearing apart the surrounding landscape, vaporizing the nearest EIEs in blinding flashes of light. The Type 5, just inches from me, reaching for me, was caught in the blast. It shrieked, its shadowy form dissolving, consumed by the overwhelming energy. My suit's filters completely failed. Raw, anomalous energy surged into me, overwhelming my senses, tearing at my being. But my unique resistance, my primal resonance, somehow held. I was being torn apart, but I was also a conduit, a witness to the death of a god. The payload delivery unit pulsed, its blue light growing to an unbearable intensity. The dimensional resonance disruptor was activating, ripping spacetime apart, collapsing the ingress point, collapsing the Type 6. A colossal vortex of blue and violet light erupted from the Type 6, spiraling upwards, tearing through the bruised, alien sky. The ground below erupted, massive fissures opening, swallowing the EIE swarm. The thrum reached its crescendo, a deafening, final roar of annihilation. My body was convulsing, my vision a maelstrom of light and shadow, my mind screaming with the final, dying throes of the EIE hive mind, a symphony of rage, confusion, and ultimate defeat. I felt myself being ripped apart, atom by atom, pulled into the collapsing dimensional singularity. Then a sudden, blinding flash of white light, an absolute silence, and a sensation of profound, absolute cold. And then nothing. I woke to pain, not the cosmic, reality-shattering agony of a dimensional collapse, but a dull, insistent ache. My head throbbed. My entire body felt like it had been run over by a logging truck. I coughed, a dry, ragged sound, and my throat felt like sandpaper. I opened my eyes slowly, blinking against a diffuse, artificial light. I was in a medical bay, not the sterile, gleaming white of Section 7, but something older, smaller, more utilitarian. The air smelled of antiseptic and ozone, but also something else, something familiar, pine. My vision cleared. I was lying in a cot, hooked up to a few basic monitors. My